Vibe blowing up the J, got the loud jumping at the bay. Everything I'm on slab. Everything I do is got the Benz jumping at the bay. Vibe blowing at my J, got the loud jumping at the bay. Everything I'm on slab.
Maybe with the Brazilians, this would be the first.
They wild, I think.
I'm innocent.
Bro, you hear that guy?
Boss up, nigga.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? It is Coach Greg Adams back in here with another YouTube live stream. Shout out to the Coach Gang.
And that's you.
For being in here, being involved, and being active on this YouTube channel. And welcome back. Welcome back to the motherfucking Wake Up Show. Part of the Free Agent Lifestyle podcast here on the Free Agent Lifestyle channel. You in here with the Bruce Wayne of this ish. The King of Kings, the King of Content, and the Speaker of Truth, yours truly, the Notorious One, a.k.a. Mr. Coachellini, better known as the Prognosticator, Coach Stradamus. And you're in the Desert Storm bunker with none other than EWF. That is every European's woman's fantasy and the whole fucking show. I'm the CEO, Niggero, of Fixes Binds LLC, the unbinder, the undebatable, the undisputed best edutainment here on YouTube. You can call me Senor Gregorio Graybeard. The European women call me Mr. Third Leg Greg.
Was just
also, the man with one trabajo. I'm still the Mitch Slapper, the anointed one.
Acknowledge me.
The founding father of the After Pill, the junior college European sociologist, the Morpheus of the mating matrix, the chocolatey Confucius, the Black Moses, the deliverer, also known as the man that walks in the spirit of Elijah. I'm the man with more nicknames than anyone in the game. But in case you forget those names and you forgot those names, you're looking at CGA, see God Allah. And I be the 14-time demonetized champion of YouTube. We are back. I'm so happy to be back. We back in the seat. And we back with the most dangerous podcast on YouTube. The best edutainment here in this space in this place called YouTube. We got a great show for you lined up today. Classy lady Phylicia Rashad. You young men, we'll introduce you to one. Phylicia Ayers Allen, all right? That was her previous name until she married Ahmad Rashad, all right? This is going back for a long time. Former NFL player Ahmad Rashad. She married him and became Phylicia Rashad. All right, she is the sister of Debbie Allen. And you guys know I met Debbie Allen here one time on the show. I gave her a ride to the airport, all right, like a good ninja would, all right. But Phylicia Rashad is known by her main character. She's an actress. And then in the 1980s, she played Claire Huxtable, which was the wife of Heathcliff Huxtable, who was played by Bill Cosby in The Cosby Show. And Claire Huxtable was known as a classy, sassy, modern woman, but also an elegant woman. And from here on out, not only her character, Claire Huxtable, was considered elegant, modern, and also feminine, with a little bit of razzmatazz and a little bit of sass. The person herself, is Phylicia Rashad, has been known as a classy, theatrically trained, a performer. And she is a classy woman. I mean, anybody could say that Phylicia Allen and Phylicia Rashad is a classy woman. She represents maybe a stark contrast to today's modern woman, right? Even men today that were born in that era of the woman transitioning into the independent, all my hands up at me. We remember Phylicia Rashad or Phylicia Allen as a classy woman. She's a classy lady, and you guys will see her. She'll speak for herself. Well, she tried to save these hoes. She tried to save these hoes last weekend. All right. Yes, she did.
What's up, nigga? What's up for the weekend?
All right. And I
nigga?
missed so much, man. I almost missed 2 weeks here on the air live. All right. I know I did some shows when I was in Europe. All right. But she tried to save these fucking hoes. All right. And I told y'all a long time ago, I know y'all waited for Kevin Samuels to save these hoes. All right. I've been telling you, I ain't trying to save them. It's gone. All right. It's gone already. Putin. All right. You know what to do. All right, the dating marketplace is kaput. We're in the monetized dating marketplace. Anybody denying it, it is what it is. Just because you ain't got no money doesn't mean you can't compete or whatever you're doing, trying to say here. You want to challenge yourself to get women without money. Good motherfucking luck. I told you it's cooked. Phylicia Rashad, one of the last classy black women in America, all right, tried to save these hoes and said, maybe we can be a little bit classy. But guess what happened? Oh, no. All right.
Straight jack.
All right. Phylicia Rashad found out that the Straggle Hood Nation ain't fucking playing with you people out here. They gone, bruh. The modern day woman, especially for the black community, the Strag is the presiding character of the community, right? It's just like the nigga is the presiding character. We call him the low class. The lowest common denominator person represents what black people are. Whatever he says black is, that's what you are. All right, and it really isn't them representing black people. It's Bama's trying to misrepresent black people. But the Strag, the sassy, less classy, loud-mouthed, uncouth, unfit, uncharacteristic woman here, that represents all black women, all right? And so the person like Phylicia Rashad and the Moniques of this world, they don't represent black women. No. All right, so the Straggle Daggle. The Straggle Daggle is the common denominator, all right? That is the default setting of what's supposed to be modern women here. And I told y'all a long time ago, I done left the black community a long time ago. Hey, look, this is a perfect example of why, and I don't know where my sound effects are, so bear with me. I'm getting back into it. I told you guys, I'm not saving the black community. This is an example why. Phylicia Rashad basically about to get skitty pop. All right, for opening her damn mouth. Of course, she had her supporters, and shout out to the sisters out here. Are we gonna call them the silent majority? I don't know what to even call them, but there were some women that stuck their neck out there and said, she's right, as if she said something that was completely just like, wow, that was dumbfounding. Okay, but the presiding character, this is why I don't save the black community. I've been telling you, man, there's no point in me going in and saving it. It's messed up. All right, you got the whole black community putting up, characters running, gangsters running the hood for 30 years. Now he going to prison, finally. All right. And then y'all be like, oh, we need to save him. All right. This is a bad RICO case. I'm not saving this. Phylicia Ayers, Allen, Rashad can't save this. Nobody's going to save them. Just give up ghosts and go find you a new strategy. We talk about the monetized dating marketplace, the free agent lifestyle, ninjas is getting a passport. I'm all in Europe folding up flatbacks like pretzels. All right. In Amsterdam, I'm having a party. Having a party. All right. Trick Daddy running around here saying he wants young Punani. All right. What's going on out here? Trick Daddy, are you listening to CGA? I mean, I know. Listen, this is a common thing to say. Slim Thug and Trick Daddy, all the rappers are basically saying we're going to take the Red Pill talk. Well, I guess they were doing Red Pill songs back in the day. But now they're jumping on podcasts saying they're going to the junior college. All right, and can we blame them? All right, can we blame them? So we got a great show for you today, but do me a favor, man. To contribute to today's show, hit the like button. Let's give me the likes. Don't pass the scroll. Mugga, 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 mullo. All right, the European women really like me. All right, they liked me. And I was folding them up. I was smacking them on their ass. They didn't know what to do, all right, all that masculinity. Because, you know, in Europe, they got a lot of tippy-toe ass brothers. Brothers that walk on their feet like this. All right, they ain't got no ninja stomping down the street. You know what I mean? They don't have masculine men in Europe. Now, there are some masculine men. They built like lumberjacks. Big-ass ninjas, you know, in the nether regions of the world. They got big, large men. Pause. All right, pause. All right, here we go.
Hey, yo, chill, son.
But they ain't got no dudes walking down the street, you know what I mean, and thumping their chests. Fake masculinity. All right. They got a lot of European ninjas that float on their feet like tweet. All right. And so when I show up with my beard and shit and bald head, they like, hey, dressed like the big boss. They recognize, man. I'm telling you, man, people was walking up the street and they was introducing me, especially when I had my flatback with me. When I had my flatback in Amsterdam, ninjas was congratulating me. They was like, what's going on, sir? One dude told me, can I get a job?
Hey, yo, chill, son. Hey, yo.
All right. All right. He was like, can I get a job? You the big boss. You must have something going on in your life. All right. Had a flatback Supreme walking around here. But they got a lot of, you know, ankle pants wearing, you know, shoeless, you know, sockless penny loafer wearing ass ninjas, tight pants. They be, they walk on their tippy toes. These ninjas. All right. So if you halfway masculine in Europe, you could clean house. All right. You could clean up. All right. And so, all right. Anyway, shout out to these non-masculine ass ninjas. They walking around with tight Adidas pants and shit, walking around with handbags. Niggas walking around with handbags, looking like soccer players with they comb over bangs and shit. Yeah, man. It just is wild, bruh. All right, it was wild. So I was going on smacking girls on the ass in public. People was looking at me like, all right, anyway. It's a lot of Duke shooting in Europe.
Hey, yo, chill, son.
Them European men be Duke shooting, all right, on the side. All right, walking all tight down the street. They be walking all tight. They penguin suit on and shit. Take that penguin suit off. All right, anyway. They're Adidas. They be wearing their Adidas, you know, the jogger like they're going to go out and break out in a football game. They ain't going to play no football. All right, anyway. It was great. It was a great time, and I'll show you some highlights. But to contribute to today's show, $, the Notorious CGA on the Cash App, Venmo, Coach Greg Adams TV, PayPal, PayPal.me/Coach Greg Adams. And that is near the top of the description box on the Free Agent Lifestyle channel, where you can super chat by clicking the link on the top of the live chat. On the Free Agent Lifestyle channel, let's let the voices be heard of the Coach Gang. We missed you, man. We missed you. I missed you, and we all missed each other, man. Shout out to y'all. One of my vendors was like, "Hey, I didn't get paid last week." I was like, "Neither did I." Yeah, I mean, when you work for me, when I don't work, you don't work. You don't eat, nigga. When I don't work, you don't eat. Neither do I. So save your money. All right, this ain't a job. All right, so where we at here? Let's see how many people did I miss back here. Let's see here. Going back. All right, so here we go right here. Shout out to, I'll call him O-Hen-G. It says, Coach, been around the world and had ninjas looking like the lonely Pablo Escobar meme. He says, when you see The Matrix, ain't shit to watch on YouTube or Netflix. He says, been listening to the old Tom Likas because you shouted him out. I see how he inspired you, but you evolved and elevated the message. Shout out to you. Yeah, shout out to OG Tom Likas. I give my respects to him and what he's offered and put his neck out there. But yeah, it's hard to watch. It's hard to watch network television or network shows when you've been exposed to the realities. Yeah, it is. Kevin W says, glad you're back. YouTube was boring since you were gone. As punishment, I order you 20 lashes from 5 flatback Supremes. And if you're on locals, all right, I showed you the flatback Supremes that I was out there, boy. The Russian women are out there, bro. All right. So many Natashkas. But yes, indeed, it was a great time. I'll take it. I'll take it. Shout out to it's somebody hacked into my page on TikTok. Uh-oh. All right, boy, I tell you, you missed one day and they got onto my page. All right, so let me see if I can pull that up. I didn't know that. But thank you for checking that out. Let me see if I can pull it up here. Just see. Let me see if they hacked into my page. Okay, they want me to move this over there. All right, it's a puzzle. All right, let's see. Did they hack into my page? I don't see it. All right, but maybe they did. I have no idea, but I'll check it out. Thank you for letting me know. Or maybe they made another page. Okay, I'll check it out. Thank you for no government name says, welcome back, coach. That local stream was motivation. Boss up motivation for real. Boss up motivation, man. Join me over on locals. Join me over on locals, man. It's a great time over there. And the receipts were shown. Anybody that always want to see receipts, the receipts were shown. And I'm motivated to show even more receipts for the normies. But I can only give you a little bit. But locals, man, it is boss up season. There was a guy I saw. Where is it at? There's a guy that I saw in a comment section. I don't really look at too many of the comment sections, but I saw it. And the guy was like, hey, man, it seems like you're doing well, but, you know, you're paying for all of this. He says, I'd rather not pay. I'd rather get women, I'd rather get women without using any of the tools that you're using to get women or whatever you're doing. Live the free agent lifestyle. And I said, go ahead, nigga. Go ahead, bro. If that's what you want to do and you want to make a challenge of it and go and just not boss up, I'm not going to hit the gym. I'm not going to upgrade my language or communication skills. I'm not going to use money. I'm not going to go ahead. Go ahead. Challenge yourself, nigga. Challenge yourself. If that's what the fuck you want to do and you want to make it your challenge to walk right out here every day and not use one available toolery. He says right here, I want to do it without doing it, all of that. Okay, go ahead. Knock yourself out. Knock yourself out. You want to make women a challenge? All right. I'm gonna fix it without a toolbox. Okay. All right, but I have a tool here. All right, and I'm gonna use whatever tool that I need to use to save my hide. All right, but I love that. I love that goofy conversation. It's easy to do with money. It's not actually. It's very hard to do. Imagine cutting them checks. It's a hard thing to do. It's not very easy. All right, but it's easy to get the best, finest punani you can get. All right, it's easy like a motherfucker. But go ahead, walk your ass out there. I'm gonna do it without it. Okay, go ahead. All right, anyway. Dudes are funny with this shit, man. They literally think that there's some trophy, some motherfucking merit trophy that you're gonna get. I use no tools and I got a woman. Congratulations, nigga. All right, I don't know what to tell you. All right, but anyway, what do we got? No government name. CGA is finally back. He says, us and locals thought that the Russian Natasha kidnapped you for hitting her bottom. He says when CGA does his tour in Asia, it gets his hands on Ling Ling's hips. He ain't gonna come back to the U.S. His new base will be in Asia. You're calling it now, and you might be right. You might be right. You're right on both ends. There's a Natasha after me, bro. Putin put him on. Hey, Putin has got my. Hey, Putin's got a Natasha on me. She on my neck. All right, so I don't know what I just did here, but I opened up the portal for sure of a Natasha.
New world order.
All right, and yes, if I hit Asia, I might not ever come back. All right, it's gonna be
What kind of fuck you give me?
season when I hit Asia, and I'm hitting it in this winter. All right, shout out to our brother, the Real Fit Style says, good morning, coach. I'm ready. Getting ready to travel to San Diego for a few days. The tube was boring without you. Welcome back to my favorite African-American out here.
Look at my African-American over here. Look at him. Are you the greatest? Do you know what I'm talking about?
Shout out to you, man. Hey, man, enjoy San Diego. All right, it's a great place. San Diego's one of my favorite places in the nation. And Jay McGee says, so you just got pop up. Wait, you just gonna pop up on here like you haven't been made, like you haven't made you dry for days? I'm not sure what that means. He says, welcome back, Reverend X These Mitches. Shout out to you.
I don't give a fuck what you think, bitch.
I read it wrong, maybe.
Cut that bitch off. Next call.
All right, shout out to you. We got a couple more, and then we're going to get into the show. Shout out to our brother Edward Harris. Says, glad you back on YouTube. He says, YouTube has been boring as fuck, CGA. Man, I'm going to tell you, man, I don't know. I haven't been able to check, but has YouTube been okay without me? You know, this is your chance to steal my audience, guys. This is your chance, but I'm going to get you to your work day, and we're going to come back for the evening show, and we're going to be back on Friday night, and we're going to have a Saturday main event on the Ask Coach Greg Adams channel. Yes, I'm going to work. I'm catching up. We back to work. Shout out to Khalid Cooper. Says, welcome back, CGA. Thank you, sir. And Corey says, welcome back, coach. I was going crazy. We back. All right. Ain't nothing on YouTube. Especially ain't nothing in this manosphere. All right. Is there still a manosphere? All right. I ain't manosphere no more. Is there still male content? Is there still male content creators? I haven't checked. All right. Shout out to my guys, though, my OGs. I know the OGs are still on, but I don't know who else is on. Okay. All right, but it's tough. Shout out to Angry Little Dude. Says, Sensei, I was one step from the plantation. All right, I'm going to call boss. Get your back. Oh, he said, get your ass back to work. All right. We back to work, man. I needed a little bit of a break. All right, now we got it. Okay, now I got some new energy. I've been refocused. I've been folding up love letter. I mean, you should have seen the scene in London. London was outrageous. And Paris was crazy. All right, just to let y'all know, let me just review this because I do have time today. I got to pick up. I got to pick up my dog Nova from the shop here, from the daycare. All right, but just in case you didn't see, if you don't follow me on Instagram on my Instagram stories, or if you don't follow the Notorious CGA YouTube page on my community posts, I post a little bit of my lifestyle because that's what I'm supposed to be promoting here, the free agent lifestyle. This is the free agent lifestyle, guys. I'm starting to live it out a little bit more. And I'm going to live it out more and more. This is your boy over in London having a good old time. All right. And London is the home of the JUCO. I'm going to tell you, man, it is Fixes Binds LLC over in London. All right. London is Fixes Bind. It's got to be the #1 place for fixing binds. London. There's more JUCOs over there than in the United States. I mean, per capita. And I'm talking about fine calico from all over the world. All right. Natashkas, Ling Lings. London, because London is very expensive. It's in a very expensive place. All right. And it is insane out there. This is your boy on the pitch watching a little bit of football there. And I'm just reviewing this for the people who may not have seen it. But you can check out my Instagram stories of my travel escapades over the last 5 or 7 years or wherever it's been, whatever I had in recordings. But London is out of control. All right. You're finding, like, you know, when I say 8s are on discount in the United States, 9s are on discounts in London. I mean, I'm going to tell you, man, it's crazy. All right. The UK is down bad. Like, it's very expensive to live there. The hustle and bustles there, the, you know, women working, they're not making, you know, you ain't going to make a lot of money in London. So London is crazy JUCO central. But it's going to be expensive. It's not going to be on, you know, it's not going to be for cheap, guys. It's not like Brazil. It's not like Brazil, but you're going to get some flatback Supremes, bruh. All right. You're getting the best flatbacks out there. All right. You're getting flatbacks you're not getting in the United States. But yes, indeed. Safety in London is fine. I mean, I didn't have no problems with safety in London. All right. London is fine. But there's your boy out there. right there at the Red Telephone booth in London. And I was dressing because it was cold as hell. I was dressing like the big boss out there. You know what I mean? I came out and everybody was like, who this nigga? Dressing like the big boss. Running around there. I had the Burberry scarf and the overcoat shit, you know, on. You know, I had my fucking suit pants on and my suit and my black and my brown church shoes, slippery shoes and shit. All right, I was going out there big boss style, and shout out to our brother Kaleem, all right, that let me borrow the McLaren while I was out there. Yes, indeed. I had the girls out there trying to pop them in the McLaren, you know what I mean, squeezing my little ass in that McLaren. But it was, you know, I had to dress like, you know, a little bit appropriately for the people out there and have them know that they got the King of Kings out here. They got the King of Kings, all right, there with the McLaren, all right, let's see here. Oh, it was great. Come on, get on out of the car, you old ass Nick, bro. All right, there he is right there. Look at him with his shoes on and look, got the Papa Smurf socks on. Big bossing out there. Yes, indeed. Look at your boy out there shining. Look at your boy shining out there. And then I went to Paris and I had the JUCO out there.
Amazing picture.
All right. That was at dinner with one of the JUCOs out there. You know what I mean? Right there, view of the Eiffel Tower. And there your boy is, the big boss. The big boss again. All right. I was out there showing motherfuckers. All right. Here. They was like, who this? Slapping girls on the ass. They was like, oh, it was get 'em daddy season. Get 'em daddy. It was get 'em daddy season out there. Look at your boy. All right. You couldn't tell me shit out here. All right, I met some strag ass sisters out there too. They was trying to cock block a nigga, but I was only out there for white skin. I was not out there for no black women out there. I don't care where they came from or whatnot. In gay Paris, all right, I was looking for flatbacks and thick white women. All right, for sure. That was me in Paris, and there was some nasty pogs out there. The pogs was nasty. All right, but shout out to you, and there's your boy out there, Big Boss. And that was my view from my hotel room and all of that. We're just doing a recap of me and my free agent lifestyle, just so you guys know out there. Look at fake sipping some tea out there. Tea time and Paris. Croissant. And then made it over to the Louvre. The Louvre. All right, my French is pretty bad. All right, croissant in the Louvre. The Louvre. Yes, the Louvre. All right, but yes, indeed, I had to go out there. There was no hairy women there. They was nasty, though. In French, there's some nasty women out there, man. The French women are nasty. All right, shout out to the French women. Paris. They do everything, bro. They do everything, man. Yes, indeed. And look at your boy out there. Spectacular views. And we're just doing a recap. You can join me over on IG stories here. We'll get into the show. All right, but the French. All right, them girls are nasty, bro. All right, but I was loving every minute of it. I was like, wee. All right, but they was doing a lot to the wee-wees out there. But anyway, what's going on? Show me the next one. Oh, there's the big boss out there with the different suit on, with the black suit. I had them checking in. They was like, how are you, sir? Croissant. Hotel room. Fix his bind. All right, I didn't know how to say fix his binds out there. But let's see what else is on here on the menu. All right. Oh, and then I went to Amsterdam. All right, after that. So I went over to the nether regions of the Europe. And boy, it smelled like teen spirit in this one. Apparently, 16 and 18-year-old young ladies and men can go to the nightclub. And boy, were they impressed with me. I tell you, man, we were show-stopping. I had this flatback Natasha right here. I took her into this club. And boy, did we stop the show, man. We turned heads. She's about 26 years old. She looks about 23. And boy, she was pressing me the entire night. And everybody was losing their fucking mind, all right? But there she is right there, all right? Had her out there. Pancakes for dinner, all right? Had me a nice little flatback Supreme out in Amsterdam. No mushrooms, no marijuana, and pancakes in the morning. Pancakes.
I'm always hungry.
All right, pancakes in the morning too, man. What a great time. It was a great time in Europe. All right. It was a great time in Europe, but that's the free agent lifestyle, man. I'm going to tell you. All right, it was the free agent lifestyle. That's what I've been trying to tell you guys, man. Look, it's enough to say you're not dating. Oh, we're not going to date. But are you just going to sit here or are you going to boss up? What are you going to do? You're going to sit here or are you going to make a difference in your own life? Read the book, The Free Agent Lifestyle. This is taking the free agent lifestyle right into the next level of living it, demonstrating, showing that you can make a good time out of life. Have a good time out of life. Stop looking for the easy way out, the cheap way out. Stop waiting for these hoes to be saved here in America because ain't nobody saving them, bro. Today, ain't nobody saving them. Phylicia Allen can't even save them. Okay? Phylicia Allen can't even save them. Man, there's no saving the direction of where dating and relationships are going. It's going into the shitter for the majority of people that are single right now. It's in the shitter. And it ain't coming back. It ain't coming back. I don't care how many Kevin Samuels pop up here. I don't care how many female Kevin Samuels pop up here. I hear there's female Kevin Samuels out here saying, I'm the next female Kevin Samuels. All right. I'm like, get the fuck out of here. Everybody wants to be the next Kevin Samuels. So bad. All right. But where did that get him? All right. That didn't get him very far. I mean, he's still a memorable person and nobody's ever replacing Kevin Samuels. Let's just say that. There is no next Kevin Samuels. So just be someone that can provide critical critique about the direction of where things are going. But what I'm finding is the people that are trying to fill that void are trying to somehow save relationships. They're trying to save dating. All right, if we understand this and we understand that, but people don't understand the real dynamics of why relationships are not going to be what they were. If you did, you would be the CGA. All right, there's no next CGA. There's no need for a next CGA. There's one motherfucking CGA, and nobody's topping me because I'm going to be right. Read the book, The Evolution, and I'm telling you, relationships and marriages are cooked. They've been cooked, by the way, but I wrote the book, The Evolution, to let you guys know.
Larry Bird's not walking through that door, fans. Kevin McHale's not walking through that door, and Robert Parrish is not walking through that door. Yeah. And if you expect them to walk through the door, they're going to be gray and old.
It's cooked. Guys, the majority of the remaining single people today are cooked. You're not getting what you want out here. Most of the men, most of your relationships with women are going to be series of women. They're going to be temporary. And you're going to have fun, and then you're going to break up. Fun, then break up. Fun, break up, fun, 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 fun. Somebody's going to cheat. Fun, fun. It's a sip. You're basically having a series of relationships. At best, rest in peace to Kevin Samuels. That's it. The majority of you guys aren't getting married. You're not going to find the love of your life. You're going to find a temporary love of your life. And I would say enjoy it. Enjoy it. That's where we're trying to tell you the free agent lifestyle. Just enjoy people for who they are in the space and time that they are. They're going to change on you. As soon as they change, then you find another way to replace whatever that is that they were bringing. But if you go in fucking head first and both feet in, you're gonna get crushed out here. You're gonna get crushed. Okay, yes, she ain't yours. It's just your turn. Even the guys that I hear that are experts on women, none of these motherfuckers got one woman. None. And I'm not dissing them. None of them do. They'll tell you up and down, this is how you do this, and this is how you get women to do this. This is how you get. How many women you got? How many women you got from last year? 0. How many women you got from 5 years ago, Mr. Expert? All right, none of these women last. And the reason why is getting women and keeping women are two separate skills. Okay, please understand this. Getting women is a skill. Keeping women is another skill. The keeping women skill requires you to actually be opposite of what you were when you got the woman. It's almost opposite. Okay, it's almost opposite. But where I find what men want to do, most men are trying to get an idea of how to keep women. Get women. Like, that's what you're trying to do. How do I talk to women? How do I introduce myself? I don't want you to quit, but listen to me. If you're at that point, which most young men are, but if you're an older man and you're at that point, you're screwed. All right, let me just tell you, you're up shit's creek without a paddle. So you got a long way to go. All right, because you don't even know how to get to talk to the woman, let alone keep the woman. But let me just say this. If you're good at getting women, that's what you're going to be good at. You're going to be good at getting women constantly and watching these relationships fail or dumping them, and then getting more women, because keeping women is what most men want. They want to keep the woman. They want to control the woman. They want to keep them. They want them to love them, and they want women to respect them and understand the struggles they go through and go through the struggle with them. And no. Most men don't have no ability to ever, you're never keeping a woman out here, especially if you don't use your tools. Well, I want a woman to like me for me, not my money. Okay, you're fucking cooked. Cooked. Let me just tell you, you're not keeping a woman with no money. I want to get women without money. Okay, but how you going to keep her then? Because listen, she might come with you without money. Right? She might just be saying, I'd already dated rich guys already, and it wasn't what it wasn't all what it's cracked up to be. And then she stays with you. She's like, I just want a guy that likes me for me. Okay, so you got her without the money. Now how are you going to keep her without the money? As a man that has been married, I'm going to tell you, she'll come with you without the money, but she ain't staying with you without the money. You're cooked. As 5 years go by, if there's no money to pay light bills, her pussy is going to dry up like the Sahara Desert. Okay? You're going to have relationship issues. It's going to be like, her pussy is going to fry up. It's going to dry up. Just to let you guys know, getting women and keeping women are separate skills, which I find that there's not very many experts on keeping women. Other than guys that are telling you to simp, right? They're going to tell you to simp and trick on your wife and overpay and whatever, I guess. Like that one dude that sounded like he got marbles in his mouth. They'll tell you how to keep your wife. You got to make her happy and you got to buy her stuff and give her push presents when she gives birth. Buy her a G-Wagon for having your twins. Like this type of shit. Yada awakening, and they'll tell you this, and I give her an allowance of $12,000 a week. Like, that's how they tell you how to keep the woman. Nobody is telling you how to keep your woman for years. Not no weeks, not no months. I'm talking about years. Let 8, 12, 15, 20 years pass. Nobody has that strategy, because the reality is there is no strategy to keep a woman. When that woman's ready to jump, she's ready to jump, and it's a wrap. There's nothing you can do.
Gotta get my bag and run.
Yeah, Tony Gaskins. Tony Gaskins is the marble talking nigga. All right, they'll tell you some God, and they'll use the Bible, and they'll tell you some shit and pull some shit out of their ass, and even they're on the line. All right, but I'm in rare form already. I ain't even got to Doom and Gloom CGA, but I hope you enjoyed the show. All right, I'm gonna do Doom and Gloom CGA. Then I'm going to come back to some support. All right, and all of that. But look, let's get back to the show. Hopefully I know how to do this. It's Doom and Gloom CGA. Okay, Doom and Gloom CGA. Sponsored by the... All right, have you heard this news, man? This is something that I warned you about, but listen, I guess you guys didn't hear me, though. All right, but apparently the company called 23andMe, all right, 23andMe, has filed for bankruptcy over the weekend. That's what happened this weekend.
What's up, nigga? What's up for the weekend,
23andMe, for those who don't know, is one of these DNA sites where you can spit and send your spit in, and they can tell you how black and African you are and where you're, somehow they could come up with your whole historical lineage without even a fucking family tree. All right. They can take your spit and your DNA and your blood or whatever you seen them, your nut, your semen, your eggs, whatever you send them. Okay. And then they can come up with all of your whole lineage on your real DNA background and have your ass running around here thinking you're 1/3 Irish, and so forth and so on. But I done told you about these companies. I said, I will never, ever send them my shit.
Gotcha, bitch.
I ain't never sending them my shit. All right? Because come on, bruh. You mean to tell me, listen, DNA, I believe in DNA. I trust the science. I believe in this. But spit, all right? You're sending them blood and nut, all right? Trying to come out here and piece together your family tree so you goddamn Pan-Africans can tell me how black you are. Then you can tell me how much you the original Native Americans, you the original U's, you the original Indians, you the original Mexicans. All right, at the end of this day, you can tell me how you came from Nigeria, Niger, how you came from West Africa, the Ivory Coast, Nigeria. And I was like, y'all sending them the information. That's crazy, bro, because what happens when they go out of business? You guys, I talked about this already for years, but what happens when they go out of business? Because they will. And what are they going to do with all this information? We're about to find out right now. Because look at what's happening here. Niggas is scrambling and scraping for shit. How to delete your 23andMe data after the company filed for bankruptcy. Whoops. How to delete your data? It's too late, bro. They already done sold your data out. Because who invests in these groups? Yes, who invests in these groups? The pharmaceutical companies invests in these groups. People that are looking to get your information, BlackRock, and these are investors in these groups, and these investors have access to your data already. They already got your data, right? They got your data, all right? They got your information. They got all of your shit. You didn't give it to them. Volunteered your shit, all right? But yes, you did. Now you wanna sell. Now you wanna just delete your shit off the app. I heard already that new world order. I heard already that they didn't made sure you couldn't even log on to delete your shit. But that's just what I heard, all right? Yep, insurance companies, they already got your damn information. It ain't like it's hard to get anyway. But, of course, when you volunteer your shit, all right, and then when you die, 1,000 years later, there will be a clone of your ass, all right? Trust me, all right? They can't clone me for my spit. Yes, they can. They'll clone your ass. All right? But now that they found for bankruptcy, check out what happened here, because this is the CEO niggero, or I would say the ex-CEO niggero of 23andMe. Her name is, and it's a familiar name, her name is Ann Wojcicki, all right? All right, I can't even pronounce her name, but Ann Wojcicki, or whatever her name is, her sister, Susan Wojcicki, was the CEO niggero of YouTube. New world order. Oh my. All right, Jesus. Right. It's a small world after all. Well, Ann Wojcicki, whose sister Susan Wojcicki was the CEO niggero of YouTube, she died. She dead. She died about maybe last year. All right, Susan Wojcicki. All right, but Ann Wojcicki just recently resigned this weekend as CEO niggero of 23andMe. So why did she resign? Well, she said she resigned so she can buy 23andMe. New world order. Oh my goodness. Why do you want to buy? Why is she gonna buy? A private person herself is gonna buy 23andMe. Apparently, they got hundreds of millions of dollars worth of data that they can use to make money. What data? Your data. All right, your data. Holy mackerel. All right, this is going to be, oh, don't worry, coach. This is not a big deal. They got you after all. It doesn't matter. They got our information after all. All right, so, yeah, man, apparently people thought she resigned because she basically, the company tanked. All right, the company tanked. It is worth less than $1. And this was $1 billion company at one particular point. But, of course, they got all the data. And now the company has basically lost its value. She's resigned this weekend so she can actually go in and find a group to purchase this as her own private entity, if you will, and to keep the remaining data. All right. So, wow, this is a whole developing story coming up here. But people are scrambling and scraping for shit, just so I can show you here. All over the world here. It says New York Times. This is 10 hours ago. 23andMe just filed bankruptcy. You should delete your data now. Too late.
Oh, the humanity.
It says right here, Georgia Attorney General urges you to consider deleting your data after 23andMe files for bankruptcy. You normie ass people. What 23andMe bankruptcy means for your DNA data. Well, I wonder what it means. And the site went down. The 23andMe, and so this is not conspiracy. The 23andMe site went down as customers struggled to delete their data. Oh my goodness.
Gotta get my bag and run.
Look at these people. I tell you, man. I tell you. New world order. I tell you, man. You normies fail to, I guess, never fail to entertain me. You normies never fail to entertain me. All because, you know, a lot of you guys really don't have a good history here, especially in the United States. You guys really have an incomplete history. Like when you go to Europe, their history seems to be complete. They'll be like, they'll tell you what happened in the year 1200. They'll be like, the Celtics came over and fucking faced the Normans. They'll tell you what happened, and the history is pretty much well agreed upon. You know, you go to Rome, and they'll be like, yeah, 3,000 years ago. And they'll tell you, you're right here. Cleopatra walked with Julius Caesar right here. All right, and everybody pretty much be like, yeah, that happened. In America, our history is somewhat incomplete, you know, because, you know, you had a lot of people, the Dutch, yeah, the English, the Spanish, the Portuguese come over here, and the French and the Spanish, the conquistadors. They basically just took our history and just ripped it apart, right? So the history is somewhat incomplete. Thus, people don't know their true knowledge of self. Thus, our journey is to discover who we really are. Are we the original Native Americans? Are we the original Jews? Are we the original Mexicans? Are we the original Incans and Mayans? So we don't have a history. Thus, not just blacks, but Americans are trying to figure out who we are. And because we have this incomplete history, we try to figure out and make a story of who we are. And then these companies offer it up. Ancestry.com, find your family tree. Where the church used to have your family tree. Right, but we don't have church anymore. We have state. So then you can't go to the state to get your complete records for the most part, and you can't depend on the state to get your records of who you are as a people. So you then try to make up your own story using these corporate people who are going to sell you. Find your true history. Find your lost relatives. And then you go in there and spit on the goddamn jar and then send it to them. And then they send you a complete history of who you are. He says Americans have a forever identity crisis. This is a fact. You guys have an identity crisis. You don't know who you are, and you just can't accept that, you know, your history has been raped and pillaged, all right, by conquistadors and conquerors and the colonizers. That's just what it is, and you lost the war 400 years ago. The war's lost. You can't make it up. You're not going to find out the information. They fucked it up. They fucked it up. But now you'll have these companies prey on your vulnerability, prey on your, what do you call it? You want to know, your desire to know. And they'll give you a fake story and you'll grab on it. But the problem is when it's time to pay the piper, when these companies go kaput, and they will, almost all companies fail. You think these companies is going to be around here just holding on to your data like they'll do nothing wrong with this? Oh, yes. But now you're trying to delete the data. And you're trying to come up with an idea. I didn't realize they would go down. These companies, they've been around for 20 years. And they already cooked. Now they have your data forever. And what do you think they're going to do with your data for 100 years, 200 years? What do you think they're going to do? There'll be a fucking AI video of you talking with your whole damn, you know, making up new people around the world. So anyway, I thought that was an interesting story on Doom and Gloom CGA. But yes, go ahead and delete your data if you've used one of these companies. I never have. That's Doom and Gloom CGA. Okay, wow. All right, what an opener. What an opener. Straggle and Sniggle coming up, but I do have to acknowledge some people that have contributed to today's show. It is warm in here. I'm going to tell you, man, whoever was my house sitter, they fucked up my whole air conditioning. All right, it is now heat coming through the pipes. But we need to acknowledge some people here. And if you scheduled a coaching call while I was away, it will be rescheduled. Don't worry about it. We'll get back to you. All right, and I will not leave you hanging. I will not leave you hanging. So let me make sure that I got this. Looks like PayPal changed up their whole format, so it's difficult to read. Lance says, YouTube ain't ish without the coach. Thank God you back. Let's go. Shout out to Lance. And we're giving YouTube the best edutainment here on YouTube. Shout out to you. And we're going to get you through your workday. Okay. Sizzo says, welcome back from the world tour, coach. He says, I'm currently training in my job for a career. I'm in the final steps of entering the medical field and going to make my way to the top. Looking forward to the meetup, Boss Up Season 2025. Shout out to Sizzo. We're watching the growth of Sizzo. Sizzo's making it big time out here. Sizzo's growing up to be a big-time free agent. Shout out to you, man. I'm seeing your growth. Keep it going. We got another brother out here making great growth. It is Brayon, says, greetings, CGA. He says, Coach, is there some type of universal law that explains why a man attracts more women once he begins to focus on his purpose and or self-improvement? There's no universal law, but I think for men again think that they're supposed to chase women. I've been telling you a long time. It's the opposite. All right, you've been educated that you're supposed to chase women, but I think it's the opposite. Women are supposed to make themselves available to you, right? They're supposed to make themselves, they improve. Basically, everything they do demonstrates this. They get dressed and they go out there and they put all this makeup in hair. All right, all we do is shit, shave, and bathe and walk outside. But what speaks for us is our focus, what we can provide, our wallet, our security, our provision. Right? If we're offering so much and they're offering what they have, which is just enough, why are we chasing them? Okay. Now, you will find that when you don't chase women, for some reason, when you're chasing your ambition, when you're chasing your abundance, they will make themselves available to you. When you're constantly chasing them, you will tell me 3 out of 100 is a win. You will tell me 3 out of 100 is a win. I'm going to tell you, dude, you could do way better. First of all, let me just say this. These aren't just easy things. You have to have a good haircut. You have to have a good personality, nigga. You can't be walking around here like Barney Rubble. Not all of you, some of you, but not all of you. You can't be out here looking dumpy. Can't ever come out here looking like Homer Simpson talking about it doesn't work for me, coach. And women aren't that easy, but it's a little bit more complex than this. But if you are constantly chasing women, Tom Likas used to call it the stench of desperation. The stench of desperation. Women can smell the stench of desperation on you. And it sometimes repels them unless they're bored or unless they're a slut. Unless they're a slut. If they're a slut, they're good. They're cool with it. But you have the stench of desperation and women can smell it. When you don't have a sense of the stench of desperation, for some reason, they find it more attractive. You have to have it, but there's way more layers to this. It's not as easy as get money and you'll be better with women. Okay, but the things that we argue about, status, money, looks, and these things, sometimes we overemphasize it, and you will find someone that is an exception to that. Okay, and you'll be like, well, what about him? And you're like, well, he's focused on his mission, so that negates the need for him to be 6 feet tall. Right? Like there's a wrestler, he's like 5'5". He just won the national championship. His girlfriend is a 6'3" Swedish Nordic Viking bitch. And he a little Mexican looking dude. And everybody's like, how did he get her? He's 5'5". And I'm like, oh man. See, we can't put always the emphasis on tall. Tall helps. Sometimes a 6'3" woman ain't never gonna take a 5'5" guy. But this 5'5" guy is ambitious. He has all the characteristics of what she possibly can't find in somebody that is her height or taller. So it is one of these things that you do have to put your focus on the things that you need to be focused on. He has focus. He has a little bit more status, and he has the direction where he's going. And some women find that attractive. Okay, some women find that attractive. Women are complicated, but once you understand them, it sometimes boils down to that then it negates this need to be rich and tall and handsome and jawline. Doesn't mean has a better relationship with her. It's just a matter of fact at that point. That allowed him to get her. Will that keep her? We don't know. He just got her with that. Keeping her is another skill set. Maybe there's another guy that will have that and he's 6'8", and she'll jump over there. There's nothing that tells us that he can keep her with that. But the point Brayon was making is when you get to focus on your purpose, on self-improvement, you will find that not just women, people will try to take your focus away from that. Okay? But as long as you're focused on them, they will take they will take you for granted. But yeah, they will try to get in and see if they can pierce the veil and get behind what you are focused on just to see if they can take that attention away. Right, for sure, man. I mean, it's tough for men to hear that. And I'm finding that more and more men, they simply don't want to be better people. All right, they're trying to basically get a win in life by being average. Am I talking too much here? Because I got a lot of information. It's been 2 weeks, so don't mind me. Don't mind me. I heard a quote, and it was a quote from Nick Saban. Nick Saban said, the great coach Nick Saban, 7-time national champion. He said, people are designed to survive and be average. Listen to me. People are naturally designed to survive and be average. Most people are not designed to be exceptional and extraordinary. And I'm paraphrasing now. But people just want to survive and be average. That's it. That's it. They don't want to do no better than that. So when you challenge them to boss up and be better, they will fucking find a way to try to be average and make you be average. I should be able to win and be average, okay? I should be able to win and be average. I should be able to get the best woman and be average and win without money or tools. No, I don't want to know. I don't need a push-ups. I don't need a squat. I don't need to run. I don't need to be in shape. I don't need to go travel. I need to stay here. I want to stay here, survive, and be average. I want to get the baddest bitches and a lot of pussy, surviving and being average. That's what most people want to do. And my man said the keyboard is below average. Dude, people just want to be below motherfucking average, right? All right, make more money. The average salary is $45,000, so you should be able to get women at $45K. So most people, Nick Saban said that the average person, not the average person, let me correct it. He said human beings are designed to survive and be average. It is the champions, the extraordinary people who strive to be better than the average that are the people who are recognized. So this is where we have to understand where people are going. This argument where I see from the men, where I think the men are flawed, and I can't side with it, is that dudes just really want to not do better for themselves and still win in life and win with women. And I'm like, what the fuck? I'm like, I can't get behind that, bro. I can't get behind. And by the way, I've never been behind that. The free agent lifestyle is not just saying go monk mode and quit and just be nothing and look poor and live in a cabin in the woods. It's never been that. If you read the book, it basically tells you to boss up. All right from the beginning.
Better boss up, nigga.
And then look at relationships from the boss up position. Then look at it from leveraging options and see how you want to engage. Because you're not going to win being average. Not out here. Not today, man. It's 2025, bro. We got social media and bitches can see news on the dudes winning. Women selling punani across the world. I mean, it's over, guys. It's over. Women need money. All right? They don't got the money. Shout out to our brother Kalen, says, welcome back, coach. These YouTube streets have been cold without you. Phylicia Rashad is a classy lady, but she's wasting her time trying to save these 304's. He says, I think there's a mistake here. He says, these 304's make life difficult for themselves. 100%. This is all kind of being played out, not only here, but in the United Kingdom, certainly in Japan. And in America, I think women have priced themselves out in the marketplace. Men are being priced out, but women have priced themselves out. So we have a meeting in the ladies' room. J. Cool says YouTube was boring without CGA and free agent lifestyle around. Joker had a great stream on Locals last night and went long like you always do. Shout out to Joker, the better bachelor. And we got our brother Kaleem is in the building. He says, Kaleem, glad you back. Safe coach, he says, was gonna head over to Amsterdam to rescue you. It was a privilege to meet you and thank you for the continuous motivation. Boss Up 2025 headed to the airport to pick up a German flatback for a long weekend. Shout out to Kaleem and the co-sponsorship. A shout out to you, man. Where's my button for the co-sponsorship? There it is. He's got a German flatback. Have a little bit of sauerkraut on me. All right, a sauerkraut on me. And let me check Venmo, and then we'll get the Straggle and Sniggle Theater. It might be a long show. Hey, listen, I've been gone for a long time. Dark Side Foundation says, good to see you back, CGA. Last week, I got laid off along with a bunch of others, sadly. Fortunately, I got 2 months severance and have an interview lined up for a management position. My sports YouTube channel just hit 50 subs. I will keep going. Thanks for the motivation. Always keep plugging away. Always keep plugging away. Macaroni Tony, these YNs don't know anything about classy red bones like Phylicia Rashad and Jane Kennedy. He says, I'm showing my age right now. Yes, you are, brother. I know you are old, brother. You talking about Jane Kennedy. All right, that's Jet Magazine style. You young brothers don't remember who Jane Kennedy was, man. Boy, she used to set it off back in the day. Let me see if I can get a young picture of Jane Kennedy. Oh, my Lord. All right, so this is Jane Kennedy back in the day for you young brothers right here. She is she a mulatto? Yeah, she used to be a thing back in the early 80s. Oh, my goodness. I mean, boy, she was an IG. This is what the pretty girl, oh, my goodness. Yeah, black men used to have a thing about Jane Kennedy, and she was classy, you know what I mean? She was a classy broad. I don't know what she was like behind the scenes. All right, but Jane Kennedy used to be that girl. Oh, my goodness, right there.
Oh, the humanity.
That's definitely the 1980s right there for you young brothers. Woo-wee. Tragic mulatto, she gotta be a mulatto. All right, yeah, Jane Kennedy was the shit back in the day, brothers. Yes, indeed. Let's see here. Yeah. Oh, there she is with Muhammad Ali. All right, so you already know. All right, and Sugar Ray Leonard. Oh, no.
Oh, the humanity.
She with Muhammad Ali and Sugar Ray?
In these streets.
Oh, you know she gone, man. She gone.
In these streets.
Jane Kennedy for you young brothers out there, man. You don't know nothing about that. And Brandon Beach says, this ninja just had to spin around that blonde hair, great white buffalo in the Amsterdam streets. A quick flex for the Mitch community on the podcast, laughing my ass off. I had to just show it to you. I wish I could show you more of the dark side, but it's not, you know, my stuff on the dark side, pause. If I showed you this, the internet would go crazy. The internet would go crazy if I showed you the stuff that happens to me on the dark side. Like, it's unbelievable for people that are, let me see if I can pull this up. It's unbelievable shit. And, you know, most men will just say, well, you're just doing this and you're just doing that, right? And I'm like, because my main thing is this, and I'm sorry, I'm doing a lot of rambling. It's been a while. My main thing is this. I'm trying to show you how to live without putting women first. Right? This is my whole message. Now, you think when I don't put women first that they don't exist. And I'm like, no, that's not true. But then when they exist, you think, well, you only paying. And I'm like, well, that's not true either. But that's not false either. So it's hard for me. Like, other people have tried to put the women in front to say, hey, look, I got a woman and there she is. But I try to show you life without the woman. But every now and then I got to check the temperature. Right? Every now and then I got to show me with the woman just so you can see. But then you're just going to say I paid for it. Right? I get it. So I'll eventually, sometimes I'll just put up a short to have me with a woman in it. All right? As opposed to me just by myself. When I'm by myself, it doesn't play. When I put a woman in there, then the views go up. So what I'm seeing is that guys just want to see, they just want to see man with woman. All right? They just want to see man with woman. All right, no matter if I paid or what, they just want to see a nigga. Look at you. Uh-oh.
Niggas always gotta show they teeth.
All right, they just want to see. That's what gets their attention. That's what gets your attention. So, you know, it's kind of like when Lauryn Hill said, and I add a motherfucker so the ignorant niggas hear me. It's the truth. It's the truth. You know, the message is lost unless you show women. Unless you show a success with women. So if I never show it, then people don't think there's success at all. It's one of those things. But I don't know, man. I'm conflicted because do I show that? I never wanted to be cheap and show that. But if I showed you what goes on the dark side, I'm going to tell you, man, you guys would think I was the most immoral. Okay, you guys would think I was the dirtiest player in the game. You guys would think, you would be like, this dude is out of control. It's get them daddy season. And there's women watching me that they my JUCOs. They already know, bro. And so I have to show you on locals. I have to show you this on locals behind the paywall because I never want you to believe that women are the goal. As I said, women are a byproduct of anything that you do. Whether you make money, they're a byproduct of that. You work hard in the gym, they're a byproduct of that. You work hard at your lifestyle, they're a byproduct of that. You get a nice car, they're a byproduct of that. You have a good career, they're a byproduct of that. Okay, so whatever it is, you become knowledgeable, you become, a God-fearing man, they're a byproduct of that. You don't get the woman first and then get those second. You don't become a God-fearing man after you get the woman. You don't get the woman and then get money. So you have to understand what I'm trying to get you to do. But every now and then I got to throw a motherfucker out here just so you can get on there and latch on and go, oh, this is possible. 100%. So, but if I showed you the dark side, y'all guys wouldn't even know what to do with your motherfucking selves out here. Y'all niggas would be at home, not even knowing what to do. All right, but let me just show y'all for the people who missed it. All right, earlier in the show. We'll get to the show here. All right. All right. You have to get the muscles first. You have to get your fitness up first. Then they're a byproduct of that. And then you're going to see a guy without the fitness and be like, well, he got it without the fitness. You shortcut ninjas. You guys always trying to take the shortcut. Look, man, don't take the shortcut too much, too long, man. Okay? Too much, too long. And yes, I had a whole wife, and I wasn't broke when I got her. I was broke when I left her. Okay? I was broke by the time I left her. I mean, she got me broke. 100%. All right, look. Thank you for having me back. We're going to get on back with the show. I know there's a lot of contributions. We're going to get everybody here. All right, but let's get back to Straggle and Sniggle Theater and then Crime and Law CGA.
Like, ride with me if you ride with me. You can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky. Come get high with me. That's a deal, right?
Straggle and Sniggle Theater. Okay. I can see this show is going to be a long one, man. I'm going to tell you, brothers.
Yeah, I got time, girl.
All right, Straggle and Sniggle Theater. Listen, here's the message, man. Tall ninjas don't have to do that, right? Tall ninjas can get women by being tall. That's what we're heard in this manosphere, in the space for a long time. Tall men don't have to do X, Y, and Z. Well, here we got a really tall guy out here who should be playing basketball, but apparently he's not. Let's take a look at what he's doing here.
What the fuck is this tall ass man doing? Cause this nigga like 7 foot. Bruh, god damn.
Oh no. Oh no.
Hey, yo, chill.
Bro, hell no.
Oh my.
This tall ass goof ass nigga.
Oh no.
Bruh, ain't no fucking way this man doing this shit. This man is really.
Oh Jesus. Oh my goodness. Look, hey.
Hey, yo, chill, son. Hey, yo.
All right, so, hey man, all you have to be is tall, and he got a strag right there. He got a strag, and this nigga is in combat Timberland boots and basketball shorts out here, 7 feet tall, can't dribble basketballs. He dribbles other balls.
Hey, yo, chill, son.
All right, out here wiggling and jiggling out here. What the hell is this shit, bro? Like, what are we doing?
What the hell? Oh my God.
Hey.
No way.
Hey, Boosie, let him know.
Hey, bro, come on now.
And look at the camera woman, the strag that he with.
Come on, man.
He out in the middle of some street out here recording TikToks. And look at all of this. Look at this. He got tattoos. He's every Pookie nightmare. You know what I mean? He's like, wait, the Pookiest of the Pookie right here. Right? And look at what he's doing, bro. It don't get no easier on that side, bro. Everybody got to play a part. I don't know what the fuck. Hey, man, I could never. You ain't never gonna catch me out here getting recorded like this, bro. And I'm a whole foot shorter than him or more. All right, but oh my goodness. And she recording his ass too. And he definitely going, this is definitely Atlanta. All right, this is Atlanta. All right, come on, man. Is this Atlanta? I can't even watch this. The camera woman thick as hell though, but she a strag. Okay. All right. Here we go right here. We got Straggle and Sniggle Theater. We're going to, all right, Crazy Latinas. All right, we got Latinas here. Apparently, there's Latinas here stabbing speakers. Not a surprise here. That's La Latina.
I got to cut you.
All right, and there they are. If you haven't been to South America or Central America, you don't really know, and I kind of understand what they're doing here. All right, but oh my goodness, a crazy Latina and a knife.
Now I got to cut you.
All right, not a surprise at all. You got to watch out. Hey, brothers be like, oh, she got the soggy. Oh my goodness, boy, them Latinas, them gorditas with a knife. They always got a fucking knife. Always.
Now I got to cut you.
All right, but if you don't know, man, I'm going to tell you, because in Brazil, this does happen. These guys pull up and they play this music and they stop the fucking show. All right, they drive up with their speakers and they just stop. It happened to me when I was in, I can't even remember, Barra de Juco. All right, when I was in Barra de Juco, I was just having dinner and these trucks would just pull up, blasting their music. And these gorditas are going crazy. Oh, my goodness gracious. Yeah, man, it is loud-ass music. And so this one is definitely not having it here. Wowzers. I'm surprised she got rid of that knife. But you can see how they don't even want to touch her when she got that knife. All right, look at her, man. Oh, my goodness. She could do some damage with that knife. Look how fast a Latina chick can cut your ass up, nigga. All right, don't mess with them. All right. All right, a Latina woman with a knife. All right, that's going to be your worst nightmare. They can slice and dice your ass up. Hey, the brothers be going down there. Brothers be going down there. I like Latinas, coach. All right, but you better be ready, bro. Hey.
Now I got to cut you.
No more Daddy Yankee. All right, but yes, in Brazil and many places in Central or South America, that's a pretty popular thing to do. They just pull up and they ruin your whole party. They just boom. All right, but she didn't cut up all they speakers. All right, are those Puerto Ricans? All right, might be Puerto Ricans. Anyway, all right, Latinas will mess your shit up with a knife. Hey, Latinas, why do y'all always have knives around? Keep the knives away from your Latina. All right, Straggle Sniggle Theater, check this out. Here we have good news, and this could be on Good Egg Greg, but listen, I had to put the show together late last night. I got in late. My bag is still in, where did I come from? My bag is still in London. I have my gaming headphones on. All right, but we have some great news to report. Apparently, for the first time, the U.S. Math Olympian team has beaten China in the last 20 years. So shout out to, wait, that's wrong. This is the right sound effect. Give it up to the United States of America. We have finally beaten China in math. It took us 20 years, man. But listen. It took us 20 years, but we now have our first math champions in the United States. And hold on for a second.
Wait a minute. Who are you?
Something tells. Did they switch teams? It looks like they went to China and got Chinese people to do the math. Wait
a minute. Who are you?
Hey man, call President Trump and see if they can get can we check immigration status of these ninjas? Like,
wait a minute. Who are you?
Hey, does this count though? Does this count? This actually don't count at all, man. Listen, I just think that we need we need to do a recount or some shit. All right, we need to collect birth certificates or something, because what are we doing here, man?
What kind of fuck you give me?
This don't count. I'm gonna need some white boys and a nigga, at least one. You cannot have Ricky Tan and Ricky Tan Light beating China. All right, these are the Chinese violence here. This is yellow on yellow violence here. All right, anyway. This is crazy out here. All right, man, somebody needs to do a recount, and I'll do the recount. Larry C will do the recount here. All right, this counts. Hey, man, a win is a win, I suppose. Shout out to those brothers out there. bringing it home to the United States of America. All right, bringing it home. We had to get the dub somehow. Hey man, we just go over there and give them immigration status, and then we're good here, and then we beat them. All right, that's how we do it. This is America. All right, we got the best Americans on our math team here. All right, anyway. Woo! We got Straggle and Sniggle Theater. We have two more. We have Alec Baldwin. Apparently, he has made a deal with the nanny goat right here. Now, this is his wife again. I mean, he's has problems with whoever this woman is. Alec Baldwin opens up about the time that he saw his wife's ex-boyfriend naked. Oh.
Hey, yo, chill, son. Hey, yo.
Yeah, apparently, he had a clarinet hanging from his pants. Yes, this is the humiliation ritual of Alec Baldwin. All right, so let's hear this. And I guess we need to hear it.
I've seen one of the loves of her life naked.
Not the love of my life.
He was one of the loves of her life. He was a very important boyfriend of hers. I mean, we go see him on Broadway, and he was naked. In his whole, as our British friends, he had his bits out. We went to go see Take Me Out, the musical that our dear friend Scott Ellis directed, and all these baseball players were in the locker room, and they were all turned around naked with their dongs hanging out. And he's there, her boyfriend, and I recognize him. I met him before. And when he turns around with his personality hanging, I'm like, oh, okay. He had like a clarinet hanging from his pants.
Hey, yo, chill, son. Hey, yo.
So here's the thing, man. She's not yours. It's just your turn. Yeah, this dude is gone. You know what I mean? He had to make a deal with the nanny goat to stay free after allegedly killing that person on the movie set. And now he has to humiliate himself with his little old flatback.
Hey, yo, chill,
washed up ice cream cookies. He had to come out here and humiliate himself, talking about the ex-boyfriend's dong. All right, this is getting crazy here. And look at her. And look at her, guys. You think you getting one fresh out of the box? You're not. All right. And now look at her. She's like, I like it too.
The guy literally turns around and we were all like, whoa.
I think you remember this more than I do.
And when you meet him backstage, we go out into the lobby, we meet them all. And her boyfriend comes and I'm like, hey, how you doing?
And I was like, I'm going to stay over here.
Yep, there she is. She said, I'm going to stay over here. All right, look at that right there. Look.
In these streets.
She said, I'm going to stay over here. She loves it. All right, so look, you're not the first or the last to touch your woman. Okay, she's not yours. It's just your turn. Even Alec Baldwin supposedly have all this money, still got to get a woman that had been ran through more times in the Holland Tunnel, that had took somebody's clarinet. And he went around here with that little chorizo. So at the end of the day, nobody getting nothing fresh out of the box out here, man. And he's out here calling this out here. I would never humiliate myself like this. But of course, in order to get himself off, he had to kiss the nanny goat. And that's what position he's in. Speaking of, when women leave a good man for the streets, all of us have been in this situation right here. All of us have been in this situation. And this skit proves out and bears out what we've gone through with women who want to test out the marketplace.
I'm going to the streets. End of story.
All right. And what happens when they find out these streets ain't life?
Leaving, there's nothing out there for you. Could never be me, gang.
Oh my God, I've been tied down for so long, I'm ready to be in the streets.
Baby, no! Don't go! To be honest, I beat women. And it looks fun and attractive and all that until, you're the one getting your ass beat. Just letting you know. You're gonna be my fourth baby mama. I'ma cheat on you every day. And I need you to support my rap career. And I need your car with a full tank of gas for me.
My last man didn't make me work.
You're gonna have to be like Terry Crews off Everybody Hates Chris. I need you to work 2 jobs to support a real like me.
That money he was flexing on the gram ain't his, it's his mama's.
I'ma gaslight you, manipulate you, I'ma make you hate yourself. I'ma make you question your whole existence.
Wait, what?
And here's the kicker. When it's all over, I'ma blame it on you.
Don't break up our family! He's hiding his family!
And then when I'm up from this rap career shit, I'ma leave your ass for a white woman.
I thought it was fun out here.
But listen, baby, 2 things for certain, 1 thing's for sure. I lays that down. That's what I can do, though. I slang it. You feel me? It be slanging. But everybody got some of it.
Got like 5 kids.
And then I'm gonna make you think I love you. Like, really, really love you. And I really hate you.
And they all don't even know he their daddy. That's how good he is at leaving his bitches.
I'm just using you for money. But then when you come to me with your feelings acting all emotional and shit, guess what I'm gonna do? Dismiss the fuck out of them bitch. And I bet you left a good man for me, huh? One who takes care of his family. Well, guess what? I hate family, bitch.
All right, so we definitely got Pookie's here, and this is Zekius the Great, if you want to follow him on Instagram. And this is a pretty good skit right here for us good guys. Most of us were the good guy, at least for the woman who damaged us right here, right? And got us out here bitter and hurt. And she left a good family. A lot of women do this. They graduate from their marriages. They graduate from divorce, and then they go out into the streets, and then they go out and get ran through, and then they come back to you. Well, yeah, then they go out there. She says, I thought the streets were fun. I thought it was great out here. Well, it looked fun until you deal with toxic ninjas like this who slangs that Dillsnick. Now, we know how this plays out. How does this play out? Anybody can guess how this plays out. She's going to go out there, get touched up, get folded up, and then guess what she's going to do? She's going to circle back, all right, as they call it, or as they call it, spin the block. She's going to attempt to spin the block.
I hate them all.
Oh, I'm not built for this. I'm going back over here.
Hold up, baby.
He with us now. Welcome to the Brotherhood. We are the He-Man women haters.
I will henceforth be known as Mr. C bitch, but don't need a
Don't need her. We now here at He-Man Women Haters hate women. We create kids that we don't take care of.
This isn't what I wanted.
fuck up somebody else's family, baby.
Do it.
From here on out,
The streets have gotten me.
fuck the bitch. Get money.
Let's go. Oh. Oh. He done woke up. All right, he figured out, oh, being a good man ain't all that. All right, he came back. She was like, okay, let me come back to the good man. And he was like, oh, no, bitch. I'm over here living the free agent lifestyle. All right, he with us now. All right, he done took that red pill. All right, he on the He-Man Woman's Hater Club. All right, the villain origin story. So now over here, he living free agent lifestyle for life. All right. All right, now he like, fuck a bitch, get money. All right, it is what it is. And now they like, why these men out here bitter and hurt? There's no more good men.
What happened? Where did all
right, so now you done put on his sunglasses. All right, he done got his family took. He done with the family court. We all been here. All right, and now the dude done woke up and he's like, he one of us now. And I know the women don't like this, but
what happened? Where did all the men
all right,
go?
he done woke up. All right, and it took her to be out there to run out to these streets to get folded up for us to realize, hey, being nice wasn't worth it. All right, I think Nick Cannon talked about this. Neo talked about this. We tried to be the good guy. It didn't work. Women ran to the bad guy because it was fun, came back with herpes and tried, or another man's baby, and then tried to put it in our lap. Like, I saw we, can I have hugs? And now we on the dark side. They want to make us the moral argument. Well, y'all need to be good out here. Well, we were good already. We were good, and now we're on the dark side. Do not try to talk us back to the plantation because you can't manipulate men no more. So we over here. All right, look at him over there. He looking like he having fun over here. Okay? Okay. All right, he's like, we winning over here. We out here, and we gonna do them the same way. All right, yeah, you know, shout out to the ladies out there for giving it a try. That's Straggle and Sniggle Theater.
Like, ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right?
Okay, let me get Crime and Law CGA in real quick, okay? And then we'll do the super chats. Shout out to you. Hit the like button. Just give me the likes. We got 2,400 people in here. All right, 2,400 people in here watching the best show, best entertainment. Thanks for welcoming me back. And thanks for coming back. It's been 2 weeks. You know, as a content creator, you always fear that if you take a break, you're going to lose your audience. But we're back in here stronger than ever. Crime and Law CGA, apparently you got to be careful on the monetized dating marketplace for sure. This was last week. OnlyFans model charged with deletion after a man who paid her $11,000 for filmed saran wrap fetish suffocates. All right. Oh, boy. So is there a news story here? Yes. Her name is Claire. We'll just call her Claire. And apparently she's it looks like she's in Europe. All right. I'm not sure where she is. So there, yes, definitely some European. I told you these white boys got the weirdest fetishes, bruh. White dudes got the weirdest fetishes of all time. I mean, y'all have some wild shit. It takes you back to the Greeks and the Romans. Y'all be doing some wild shit. All right. So I'm not sure if this is the guy. Okay. I'm not sure if this is the guy, but we'll read the caption. Yeah. Okay. All right, we'll try to figure out what the story is here. Okay, we got the story here.
Like a mummy and gluing boots on his feet, not something you hear about often. But what if I tell you some people pay for that, to explore their own fetishes? However, that kinky sex act left a man dead. Now the OnlyFans model he hired to engage in the sex acts is charged with his murder.
I'm Elizabeth Milner with Law and Crime. So the spicy content creator's attorney denies that she intended to kill him. But police say while the man was unresponsive, she kept on filming for her OnlyFans.
So this happened back in April of 2023. But let's take you back a month earlier. That's when 55-year-old Michael Dale first contacted 31-year-old Michaela Ray Larsden. Police say he spotted her on a website usually used for hiring escorts and spicy dancers, i.e. strippers. Investigators say Michael had an interesting request for Michaela. He wanted her to wrap him up in saran wrap like a mummy and glue women's boots to his feet. Like I said, interesting request. Michaela reportedly said to police that it was the first time she ever engaged in, well, I guess you can put it as fetish behavior. The two men wrapping a man up in saran wrap like a that same year. Now, their encounter was reportedly between two consenting adults engaging in bondage, discipline, dominance, submission, sadism, and masochism. You know, BDSM. That night around 6 p.m., Michaela went over to Michael's home. Michaela told investigators Michael appeared intoxicated, but they still engaged in their tryst. And she spent several hours with Michael and played out his fetish at his request. Again, as long as it's two consenting adults, what's the harm, right? Well, it was fine until a 911 call came in. When officers arrived, Michaela was performing CPR on Michael. He was rushed to the hospital, but declared brain dead the next day. A few days later, he was taken off life support. His cause of death, deprivation of oxygen to the brain, meaning police think he suffocated to death. But here's the thing. It's not like Michaela was arrested then and there. However, she did cooperate with the investigation. Police say she handed over her phone, but what detectives saw was troubling, as they noted it. On her phone, police say that there were videos of Michael struggling to breathe. He had duct tape over his mouth, a plastic bag over his head. Up on April 17th, had more saran wrap, then duct tape over his face and head. Police say his wrists were bound, his fingers were covered in duct tape, his legs were wrapped in plastic, and police say he was unable to remove the bag or wrappings that were over his head. It's pretty horrifying to think about. And there's more. Now, police say while he was laying there unresponsive, Michaela allegedly kept on filming content for her OnlyFans. Police say she filmed herself performing a sex act nearby, but didn't lay into what exactly it was. They say the footage was shot just moments before she called 911, but police say Michaela denied putting the bag over Michael's head. During their investigation, they learned more, like that Michael paid Michaela $11,000 to have conversations with him and to come up to his house, tie him up, and perform other bondage acts with him. Michael's roommate reportedly told police he saw Michaela super freaked out. His roommate told police he saw Michael on the floor in his sweatpants wrapped in saran wrap from his hips down. Prosecutors say while the evidence shows Michael hired her to perform bondage and fetish acts, there's no indication he asked Michaela to obstruct his head more breathing or put tape over his mouth or a plastic bag over his head. But Michaela's attorney says that there was no intent to kill him and no attempt to cover up what happened. According to the Orange County Register, her attorney also questioned Michael's cause of death, pointing to the combination of alcohol and a prescription drug in his system. So what happens next? Well, trial. Michaela was arrested last month. The mom of three was charged with second-degree murder and pleaded not guilty to her charges. Breathing.
All right, so there you go right there. This is a very complicated story to follow. Obviously, people are wondering, this is the woman here, but this is not the man. All right, so the man, she's demonstrating here, what they're showing you is that, first of all, the spectrum is real. All right, the spectrum is real. So this woman is married with 3 kids, and she's also a sex worker. All right, so let's just deal with that. She's a mom of 3, and she's a sex worker. So this is definitely some modern day shit. And you also have a mulatto and a white guy. And I mean, this plays out a lot of the things that I talk about. So obviously you have the spectrum going on here where you would think, oh, he has a wonderful girlfriend and a wonderful couple, but he's also married to a woman that does sex work on the side for work and probably supports them for the most part. So I tell you all the time, you always see couples pictures and you think their couples are monogamous, random, regular couples, and that they trust each other and they're not out here sharing each other. But you obviously have that going on. Even a mother of 3 out here performing this type of work, and he probably is fine with it. He has no problem with it, and it pays the bills. Okay, so that's number one. Just because you see them on Instagram happy and married and coupled up does not mean that they're not on the dark side and doing some wild shit. Okay, especially young couples under 30. This is going to be Gen Z's problem right here. I've identified this years ago. Gen Z's problem is going to be, we used to deal with skeezers and turning hoes into housewives. Y'all going to be turning OnlyFans girls into housewives, right? Girls that had an OnlyFans at one point, had an Instagram, a poppin' ass Snapchat at one point. Y'all turning those into housewives. Okay. Somebody say he's her pimp. All right. Yes, that looks like his baby mama. That looks like his wife. Okay, so don't try to make it out like he pimping her. All right. She came with the OnlyFans and then he came second. All right, that's not no pimp. Okay, so going back to it, there's the kids, there's the lovely kids, and there's the Christmas picture. The spectrum is real, man. The spectrum is real. Now, the other guy,
wrapping a man up in saran wrap.
The guy that got deleted obviously was on some mission, some extreme fetish. And when you combine alcohol and drugs with something like being desired to be saran wrapped, now you have a complicated situation here. So what was the cause of death? Okay. The cause of death is now similar to what George Floyd's cause of death was. All right. Was it the consumption of alcohol and drugs before the suffocation, or was it the suffocation? All right. Now, I know you guys don't want to hear that, but that's what I heard. Okay. They're saying, well, maybe the intent to kill him wasn't there. It just caused the death, and the actions he took before that caused the death. Now, I know people didn't hear that, but that's exactly what I heard. Yeah, she's not really culpable in the death because his actions leading up to the death is what caused the death, not what the actions were. All right. Not what her actions were. That actually just probably escalated it a little bit more. He was on a death mission. And he paid $11,000 for conversations at some particular point, and then it got to that point. So there you go right there. That is tough. I don't know what the outcome of it right here is, but he wanted to be wrapped up like a mummy. Yeah, there are some dudes with some weird fetishes, man. Weird fetishes. By the way, Booty Call had a scene like that. Let me see. Was it Jamie Foxx? Booty Call saran wrap. All right, let me see if I can pull this up for the young people. There was a scene of a plastic wrap scene. Here it is right here. Jamie Foxx before he was Jamie Foxx. Well, before he was the award-winning Jamie Foxx right there, where they got wrapped up into this thing with Tommy Davidson. This looks like a whole paw scene.
Hey, yo, chill, son. Hey, yo.
All right, and they wrap themselves up in saran wrap. Again, I'm a very, very plain guy. I'm pretty vanilla when it comes to the dark side. But some of y'all ninjas are concerning. Some of y'all ninjas is concerning. All right, y'all some wild ninjas out here. Y'all wild as hell out here. Look, I just like to stick and move. I just like to penetrate and bust nuts. I don't sit around thinking of how many courageous ways I can deal with sex. You know what I mean? Like how many courageous ways? Like wowzers. Yeah, this is the movie Booty Call right here, which, they both got wrapped up in saran wrap. So apparently this is a thing. It's not a thing for me, but maybe it's a thing for you. All right, last crime and law. Well, we got 2 crime and law CGAs. I guess we got a lot here. We have a woman that has dodged ICE. All right, shout out to Donald Trump out here taking people back to their countries.
Look at my African American over here. Look at him. Are you the greatest? You know what I'm talking
Apparently,
about?
we have a new America right here. She says, call me Miss America because I'm officially a U.S. citizen right here. So the big booty Latinas are sticking around here. Wowzers. All right, so shout out to this Latina. She's going viral. She just became American citizen. God bless America right here. Is this oh my goodness. Woo-wee. We have a new American, y'all. All right. And keep the knives away from this one right here. Apparently, she did it the right way. And God, wait, this is right here. And I'm proud to be an American, where I can land lined and free, and we will stand up. All right. We gonna stand up here. I'm proud to be an American. Lord have mercy. All right. If they can, all these women can stay.
Lord have mercy. We must stay focused, brothers. We must stay focused.
And she looked prime age. She aged just right. All right. How old is she, coach? Just motherfucking right. I mean, can they make it any better than this? They don't come much better than this right here. This is just prime calico. Ladies are out here going crazy. Coach, she ain't that good. That is prime calico. All right, man. She tightly packed. Woo. Okay, here we go right here. We got more crime at Law CGA. Apparently, scandal play couple whose affair rocked the election, seen together for the first time since, no, this is not true. Apparently, Gorilla Grip Fani Willis, all right, who probably might see some jail time, has been photographed again with Nathan Wade. Okay, all right, there's Gorilla Grip, Miss Grey Goose, Miss 6 months cash in the safe, Miss I'm going to take down President Trump and failed, Miss I lied on the witness stand, Miss I wore my dress backwards, Miss I'm going to just, you know her, Gorilla Grip Fani Willis. Nathan Wade and her have been identified again together on vacation going to LAX. All right, so there's your girl here. And I don't know if you realize this woman's a flat out liar. All right, she's a flat out liar. Remember, they supposed to have broken up. All right, for people who don't remember the scene right here, they supposed to have broken up. She supposed to, they had a little tryst, and he wanted to slang dick all around the law offices of Georgia. But she hired him to do the job because he was qualified, paid him a lot of money to do it, like $600,000 a year. He basically didn't keep any hours. He basically kept getting paid, and the money was not supposed to go back to her. So they were basically trying to implicate her in getting kickbacks. But she was trying to say, I reimbursed all the travel. Then she said the relationship ended. Remember, there was an affair. Then, he was married. And she said, the relationship started before I hired him. Remember all that bullshit? All right, but there they are right there again. All right, and this wasn't the first time they were captured. All right, they lying ass right there. He holding hands. So this relationship obviously has been going on. They say Nathan Wade got that monster paws, and she got that Gorilla Grip. He called her Gorilla Grip. And they both was up there shuffling and lying, but they've been caught yet again on camera as a couple. And there they are right there before they were going to take down President Trump, which was one of the dumbest things I seen them do. Again, putting black women up there as the face of, basically the fall guy, and positioning themselves to do something that was seemingly the impossible. And now they got her perjuring herself yet again. And I'm not sure why she's to continue to survive these things. And maybe it's going to take something extraordinary above this. Okay, but this is a classic example of low-class blacks being elevated, high positions, and then we're supposed to follow their lead, but they out here doing low-class drag activities. And I said Fani Willis was a problem a long time ago, right at the beginning. I was like, she's untrustworthy at the beginning. She lost the Young Thug case. She also lost the Donald Trump case, all right, for her being out here slanging pussy around like she's a gang member's ex, allegedly. And not only that, she actually brought him to the scene of a motor vehicle violation by her daughter, and Nathan Wade and her shows up. This was supposedly when they were supposed to be broken up. Oh, we don't see each other no more. This is supposedly when they weren't supposed to be dating, but he's making $600,000 a year to take down Trump with no experience. And here they are seeing dating currently again, going on vacation again, but she's reimbursing it? The state's not paying for this. These women are absolutely, dude, these people are the worst. Straight up liars, man. Lawyers, liars, straight up liars. And then they put these people they're going to help us as black people. And they just helping themselves. And this was 2 days ago? Just for the people that want to know. on Crime and Law CGA. This was March 25th. So it was yesterday, being reported yesterday. Just absolutely a disgrace. I told you, man. I told you these people are a piece of shits. All right, and then last one here on Crime and Law CGA. Apparently a pastor has been shot in Memphis, of all places. All right, not a surprise here. A black pastor has been shot in Memphis. Let's go ahead and take you to the scene of the crime on Crime and Law CGA. Okay. Here we go.
Of Samantha Marion, the woman charged in connection to the shooting death of Pastor Ricky Floyd, is breaking her silence tonight on behalf of her daughter. She didn't want us to show her face, but she does want everyone to know that her heart goes out to the pastor's family, and her heart also breaks for her family to see her daughter behind bars.
Things are calm in this Whitehaven neighborhood where Samantha Marion lives, a far cry from the chaos the night before, miles away here in South Memphis, where the 42-year-old was taken into custody and later charged in connection to the death of Pastor Ricky Floyd. Since being arrested, no one, except for family, has heard from Samantha, so we went to the family home. Samantha's mom
and do not knock on my door like that. If you knock on my door like that, I'm getting the strap. Niggas is crazy, man. Do not knock on my door like that. All right, you definitely going to be suspect. Okay, so anyway.
Insert at the McPherson Road home she shares with her daughter. Although a bit hesitant,
Damn, she is beyond thick out here. Look at this ass back here. Goodness gracious. All right, that's crazy out here. Look at that thing. All right, you can't even hide that thing. All right, Jesus. All right, here we go.
Eventually opened the front door before opening up about the one moment that forever changed the lives of many.
I'm sorry that there has been a death. I'm sorry for the family.
While also voicing concerns for her child.
This is not my daughter's character. And she was defending herself and maybe in her mind was defending the two friends she was with.
And it's all Jermaine's fault.
All right.
It's always Jermaine's fault.
All right. So apparently this woman says right here that it was self-defense. She shot a pastor. Well, it's a pastor. I mean, why are we shooting a pastor out here? And as you can see right there, she looks like someone that would shoot a pastor. Maybe there was some sex involved. Well, apparently we got the behind the scenes information here of what actually happened. Let's take you to what apparently the pastor got drunk at a bar. Yes, the pastor got drunk at a bar and started arguing about the Bible. And then he apparently had lost the argument and tried to skedaddle. And then he confronted her. So let's see. We do have the video footage right here. This is apparently the footage from the phone of the woman who shot the pastor. There's the pastor in a nice Chevy Tahoe right there. That's a very nice vehicle. Let's see what happens here. Of the confrontation between Pastor Ricky Floyd and the woman who killed him. All right, so here we go right here. All right, there you go. Uh-oh. Oh, no.
I'm backing back 3 times now. When I do that, you know. Please. Back the back.
Oh.
Back. I'm telling you, bitch. You know what?
What? Okay, all right.
Pop, pop, cut, cut, cut.
Okay.
Skitty, keep, pop, pop. And a pop, pop,
all right, boom. So we don't have the gunshot right there. I added the sound effect right there, but apparently the pastor was out at the honky tonk. Okay, out there in Memphis, he went out to the honky tonk, and that definitely is the church vehicle right there. Pastor driving the church vehicle with all the tithes and offerings, and pastor jumped up like he had the strap right there. So, all right, but he pulling up his pastor. You look very disheveled here, right here. Look, your pants are too big. You got your shirt all untucked. You're not looking very pastorly. Pastor Pookie, and you pulling up, all right, that definitely is a confrontational position right there. And he does look drunk, too. All right, he does look drunk. So I guess he was getting his tags filmed, and he didn't like it. So he did come up confrontationally here. Now, according to the defense here, or the pastor's attorneys, well, and witnesses, they said, well, the pastor did confront her initially, but he backed away when she pulled out the jammy. All right. So when she pulled out the jammy, he said, okay, never mind. All right. And then it was too late.
Pop, 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 pop.
Right. So now,
skitty keep pop, pop. And a pop, pop.
According to law enforcement, all right. According to law enforcement, if a person does back away from a scene like this, right, they're going to confront you. I'm going to get you, bitch. And then you pull out the jammy and they say, never mind. All right. Yes. Because I'm obviously outgunned here. If they back away, well, you can't shoot them. All right, you can't shoot them. If they say, never mind, and they retreat, you can't shoot them. Now, conventional wisdom might say, hey, you confronted me initially and you threatened me. I felt harmed. And so I had already exposed my firearm right there. And by the time I knew you were retreating, I shot you. Right? I shot you. So people are going to say, well, she should have got off. And that's her defense, that he confronted her. And there's definitely video evidence of him doing so. He definitely got into his emotions. There were some Bible verse arguments there. And he might have lost the argument or he might have won. Who knows? Apparently, he supposedly knocked someone out to get to her. That's not on the film. All right. Or it's not being shown. All right. But definitely out of character behavior for a pastor. A pastor of all people, but it's Memphis. All right. It's definitely Memphis. And definitely he looks drunk. His eyes are crossed for sure. And he's definitely not in his right mind here, trying to take her phone. And there's a scuffle. And violence ensues. Or case, you know, you Negroes are violent characters. I'm telling you. New world order. You're some violent people, right? Not even the pastor cannot get shot in Memphis. So rest in peace to the pastor. I think he did. He did, and she might go to jail for a long time. I mean, who do you think's at fault in this situation here? We got some super chats coming up though. Who do you think's at fault in this situation? Is it Pastor Pookie, or is it the Strag that shot him? All right, and let's see if we can get a picture of the Strag. Maybe we can't get a picture of the Strag. Let me see here. Why we calling her the Strag? All right, because she looks like a Straggle Daggle. Let me see here. Her name is Samantha Marion. Let's see if we can pull her up. There she is right there. She looked drunk and cracked out too. All right, but apparently if he was retreating, yes, he was in the right to retreat. She shouldn't have shot him there. All right, we got some super chats coming up. Let me get into these super chats. And there's a lot of them, so we're going to get in here. Shout out to you, and thank you for contributing and being patient. Being patient here. Bread and Butter says one time for the Kang of Kang CGA, the king of daytime YouTube. YouTube had me falling asleep while you were gone. Can I get a faux life for all the imitators and the Mitches out here? I got you, brothers. All right, and we back. All right, we back. I don't think I have a long trip coming up for a couple of months. Catfish says to the best show on YouTube. Thank you, sir.
And that's
and
you.
Thank you. That's a co-sponsorship. By the way, Bread and Butter with the co-sponsorship. All right, somebody says I missed super chats from 2 days ago. Well, I wasn't on 2 days ago, but what did you say? He says CGA, the international bind fixer, is hitting bottoms worldwide with the best receipts ever. When are you going to do a morning routine video? Waking up to two hotties to make the jealous Mitches, PUAs, and content thieves crash out. Okay, when I do that, that's definitely going to set it apart. But of course, they're going to say he paid. That's all they're going to say. He paid them. All right, that's how they're going to dismiss it. Not that it didn't happen. Still had him in the bed. Right, still had him in the bed. And he says, Coach Alini, can you explain why poor blacks are mad at whites but accept their welfare and not mad at their ancestors for accepting slavery? It seems that they secretly hate themselves for coming from a lineage of failures who were the only groups to not fight back. What say you? Well, that was why blacks made the best slaves, because they didn't fight back. I don't know if you guys knew that. They tried to enslave everybody. All right, I mean, it wasn't because you were black. It was because nobody else would go for it. All right, but anyway, they tried it with the Native Americans. The Native Americans said, fuck all that. All right, they tried it with their own. They tried it with the Irish. I mean, they tried everybody. And then they was like, niggas. All right. And one of the reasons why it worked is because they were not fighting back. All right. They had a tendency as to not fight back. They were very cooperative into the effort. All right. In comparison to the others. All right. So they tried it with everybody. Trust me. They tried it with the women. They tried it with the pilgrims. They tried it with every motherfucking body. All right, they contracted everybody. And then they finally found out, okay, these Africans are very much more accepting of their position. Yep, they tried it with the Chinese. And this is American history. They tried everybody, bro. All right, they just could not make a group work. But they made it work with black people. All right, with the so-called black people. Yeah, all right, anyway. All right, and they were much more cooperative into accepting their fate. So, I mean, that's just a historical thing. But listen, man, I just came back from Europe, and what I didn't miss was conversations about race. Americans' fixation on race is phenomenal. It needs to be studied. It needs to be studied because as a country as good as we are, we're certainly fixated on this racial issue. Okay, and I traveled the world and when you go around the world, race and these issues do exist, but we seem to make this the center of our focus on a daily basis. And I think it's nothing more than just excuse making. All right, as we said, people are born to be fucking survival and be average. And people will drum up as many reasons as to make excuses as to why they're a failure. And you guys are accepting that you lost a war 400 years ago. And you're not over it. You're trying to get revenge and you never will. And you're trying to find a reason as to why there's some sort of system keeping you down. It's sad that when I leave America, it's non-existent. All right. The issue just doesn't come up as much as it comes up back here in America. It is crazy, man. It is crazy. So you guys just haven't accepted your fate. All right. All right. Accept your fate. You lost. You lost the war. You're not making up for the loss. You're not getting it back. You lost. I mean, you know. Anyway. But it's a phenomenal thing, man. And I encourage you guys to really, really get out of the country. Because when you get out of the country, you come back, it's just going to make your head, like it makes my head hurt now talking about race. I mean, it's like, wow. It really does. It's an indicative of a loser mindset. It just, you got to get out of Wisconsin. Like Milwaukee people, you got to get out of Milwaukee. You got to get out of Baltimore and Philadelphia. You do. Because if you don't, you only will think the world reflects what your experience is in Philadelphia. What your experience is in Baltimore. What your experience is in Oakland. What your experience is in Milwaukee. In Detroit. You got to fucking leave and then come back and you'll look at it. By the way, if you think this is a new mindset, I wrote about this in Free Agent Lifestyle. When you leave, you'll realize that the world's problems, your problems aren't the world's problems. They have bigger problems. Like they're blowing each other up in Europe, okay, to pieces. And they've been doing this for thousands of years. All right. They like to blow each other up. They have bigger issues than your fucking systematic racism here. It's like, when you come back here and you hear some racial shit, you just be like, oh. God, not this shit again. All right, but yes, it's one of those things that is kind of mind-boggling. But you do have to leave the country to come back in to realize that's the case. All right, anyway. Shout out to Daniel McGee. Daniel McGee says this right here. All right, he's already telling the Mitches. Yeah. Delta Fox says, welcome back. There was nothing to watch on YouTube. I was watching replays of To Catch a Predator and some true crime shows. YouTube sucks without CGA's morning rants. Shout out to Delta Fox. Appreciate you for being here. Urban Naturalist says, welcome back, coach. Glad you made it back safe. I made it back safe in these streets. All right. And it is definitely very tough to travel by yourself, but it is possible. J Flow says, happy to see you. Get to see you see the world. That's what you said. My wife caught me sniggling this morning and she said, why are you so happy? Shout out to the Coach Gang. Shout out to everybody in the Coach Gang. We out here with the best show out here. Our brother here, it is Abdul, says, watching the lifestyle unfold in real time. Please take a victory lap for yourself and for the motivation. Shout out to you. Victory lap for me. Living a free agent lifestyle out, but it couldn't happen without you. The free agent lifestyle is real. It is real, and it's possible. Even on a tight budget, it's possible right here. Shout out to you. No government name says. There was a video of a guy who has his wife, I think you said has given his wife $10,000 cash for each hour that she was in labor. What are your thoughts on this since you were married? Well, when I was married, I couldn't afford to do something like that. So I don't know what that's about. But if he can afford it, he can afford it. There are a lot of women that want like these type of things, like push presents, to be spoiled. You guys got to realize, I know it's weird when women say things like this, but this is their natural state. You know, we've been taught that they were equal and that they wanted equality. They don't. Women don't want equality. Anytime you give them equality, they don't like it. So I'm one to say, well, I'm going to keep a woman definitely under my thumb if she's going to be around me. But one of the power leverages of I will have leverage. I will have leverage in that situation, as much leverage as I can get. As soon as my leverage is gone, I'm out of there. So I can't marry the woman in that situation. But if guys want to do that, they can do it. I'm not against doing it. But I'm against a person telling another man he has to do that. But if that's what he wants to do with his money, more power to him. But women want to do shit like that. I think what you guys have to understand is women don't do stuff unless there's a motivation. Whatever her motivation is, she wants to be a mother. That's her motivation. She wants money. She's an extrinsically rewarding person. Like, she only does things for money, monetary gain. If that's your wife and that's her love language and it works for you, go ahead. All right. But if he told guys to do something like that, then I would be against it. You need to give your wife $10,000 for every hour she's in labor. I would say don't do that. Okay. But anyway, it is what it is. I would tell you probably don't do it. Like, if you don't want to do it, don't do it. If she says you must do it and you already got her pregnant, well, you're shit out of luck. JJ Frost says, all is well in the land. Coach is back. All right, the King of Kings has returned. Carlos says, relationships today is like buying a home, overpriced for the value that it provides. You have to put down a significant investment up front, deal with the hidden costs, and commit to long-term maintenance. In most cases, renting, whether it's houses or relationships, is the smartest choice. And we're about making the smart choice. Okay, what is the smart choice? Not the cheapest choice. What is the smart choice? A lot of people think that money is never going to come up in a relationship. Well, in a marriage, it certainly will. Long-term relationships, it certainly will. And anybody denying it, you're out of control. You're out of control. Guys, this is going to happen. You want to keep a relationship going, you need to pay some money now. Or money's going to be the reason why the relationship stops. So, getting out of the money up front, fine. You're going to pay on the back end. Which means, in effect, if you're going to pay, find the way smartest to deal with the payment. But even the paying up front is not going to work for you. Right? You pay up front and you don't know how to negotiate. You can get out here. And somebody once told me this, and I always use this to teach. Okay. All things require maintenance. So if you have a car, you guys have a car, you buy a car, the car payment is one of the things that people struggle with. But we accept that the car payment is part of the car. But what people do not do well is maintaining the car, right? Do you do your 30,000 mile, 60,000 mile, 90,000 mile upgrades on your car? You get a warning on your car. You never fucking do it. It'll go to 30,000, 60, 90. But guess what happens? You never take it to the dealership or the stealership. You never take it to get done. And then around 50,000 miles, you start having problems with your starter, your alternator, your spark plugs. You don't get an oil change. You don't change the tires. You don't check your brakes. Okay, you don't put no motherfucking windshield wiper fluid in there. You don't do anything. You don't top up all your oils and top up all your windshield. You don't top up any goddamn thing. And then you don't change your windshield wipers. You don't do any of these fucking things. You don't rotate your tires. And guess what happens? Now you start having problems and problems and problems. People buy the car and then think the motherfucking maintenance is included. Like all of this shit, all that wear and tear and all that shit is just going to take care of itself. And then what happens is the repairs. They say, somebody told me, maintenance is cheaper than repair. So you can afford the car, you can make the payments, but can you maintain it? People usually overlook the maintenance and then they get to the repair. And then when they get to the repair, they complain about how much the cost of repairs are. But the maintenance was way cheaper. The maintenance was way cheaper. You could have maintained the vehicle along it, but you didn't have the money to maintain it. This is why I tell you, when people say you can get into a relationship without money, I say, yeah, you can get into it, but can you keep it going? The answer is no, because you can't afford the maintenance of it. Then you start having issues. Then your relationship is at repair. Then you trying to figure out how to repair the relationship, even with no money, and you're going to be fucking cooked. You're cooked by then. You've already, by the time, have you ever dealt with this? You take your car in for one issue and they come up with 15 issues. Oh, you need this. And you're like, oh, you trying to scam me? Not really, because in 2-3 years, you haven't taken your car in for any maintenance. You haven't changed your tires. You haven't rotated your tires. You haven't got no balance, no wheel alignment. You haven't gotten anything in 2 years. So you do have all of these issues. And if you don't fix it, or you can only afford to fix one, guess what happens when they put the car back on the road? Your ass is grass, because these issues still exist. Then when you have another malfunction, another repair, you got to go all the way back and fix all the maintenance. And you don't have the money for it. That means you couldn't afford it. So when I tell men you can't afford relationships, you try to prove it by getting into the relationships to show me you can afford it. But can you maintain the relationships? That's where the true cost is. It's not the cost to get into it. It's the cost to maintain it. You can't afford it. It's simple. You can't afford it. And then when I tell you stop broke dating, you get mad at me. Okay? You can't afford it. Shout out to Leo K, says, welcome back, sir, Coach Greg Adams. If you don't mind sharing, what's your next adventure that I'm taking? Well, I'm going to Scandinavia. I believe that's coming up here in the summertime. Going out for more flybacks. All right, that's where I'm going out for. All right, but anyway, that's pretty much going to come up. And let me check the Cash App so I don't leave you guys hanging. And I might have to visit a little bit of I might have to make a pit stop. Kirby says, welcome back. Work is boring without CGA entertaining. I got the sniggles for you. Alton Jermaine says, Mondays and Tuesday, it was boring without the show. Happy you're back. We back. Mr. Cortez says, salute to the GOAT. Welcome back, coach. It's free agent lifestyle for life. Chris Mack says, some advice for you, CGA. Be more assertive next time. Yes, indeed. Be more assertive. You got to be more assertive. All right. And Jeff, the producer, he didn't say anything. And Robert Wilcox says, have you considered a cigar stream? I must do one, but I always have to find a good way to get good place to smoke. I do actually do it on Instagram from time to time. But do me a favor, hit the like button. We got coming up here, it's an evil world we live in, and then the main event coming up here. We got some time today, but I need some time to stretch out. Pause. Give me that little bit of time here.
Has the modern dating landscape confused you? Have many of the standards that you've heard, you're kind of tired of hearing about, and you're wondering, what does it all mean? Well, look no further. Join us talking about the monetized dating marketplace right now on Locals, and it is CoachGregAdams.locals.com. You can create a free account to join the conversation between the Coach Gang members, but also on Sunday, we do a live stream demonstrating all aspects of the monetized dating marketplace. And coming soon in 2025, you're going to have access to a sample of the monetized dating marketplace course where you can get information related to how to participate in the monetized dating marketplace and or how to understand it, so you're not out here spinning your wheels trying to figure out how you're going to best deal with the monetized dating marketplace. Listen, Everything and every aspect of dating is monetized. We just want to relieve the frustration that you might have about it. So the best way to do it is make a free account right there on Locals, CoachGregAdams.locals.com. You can get access to those live streams, but create a free account. Just join the conversation. I am the only one covering this conversation from this point of view. And yes, I am ahead of my time. Get ahead of the information before you're priced out.
Many women say they are finding it very hard to find a man who makes as much as they do. But the country's declining marriage rate is due to the lack of financially eligible bachelors. Researchers say they are seeing a trend of women dating down, which means, you know, a man who, this is just the reality of it. So women, you know, we're more educated now. We're gonna hold off on the baby making. We're gonna hold off until we get that great job, really career driven. And I don't think there's anything wrong with hoping that there's someone either on your level or higher than you.
So before, right, it was okay when the man made more money to be the one to buy everything, to do, you know, treat you and all this other kind of stuff. And now that you make more money, you can't be that one because you're dating down.
I hate that.
What is that? If there's a responsibility that comes with making more money, accept it. You wanted to make more money. Right. You know, are you gonna find many men out there that makes as much as you do?
I could do bad by myself.
Left to say. All right, time now, 5:11. Let's.
What is that? All right, what is that? All right, we got a great show coming up here. We got, what is this right here? We got, it's an evil world we live in. All right, main event coming up here. How many things we got here? We got rappers turned red pill content creators. I don't know if you would call it right here. People have pretty much awakened to all of the things that we've been talking about, or they're much more comfortable saying these things. So the conversations are getting interesting amongst the normies on social media, namely Instagram and all of that stuff. So we're going to start off right here on It's an Evil World We Live In. We got another rapper here. Slim Thug makes his reappearance here. I think Slim Thug probably watches portions of my show from time to time, but he's out here he has his own show now. Or he has his own show now. But Slim Thug slams women who wear thirst-trapping outfits and then call men creeps. All right, so if you can see in the picture here, Slim Thug, there's a very thick woman there, and I think Slim Thug is Houston, and he got big ass R on his whips. There he is right there. Slip on shoes so you won't slip. All right, but there's a very thick woman out there that got that fatty right there. And she has booty shorts out here, but Slim Thug, who is not the most eloquent speaker, let's see what he has to say about women calling men creeps but wearing thirst trap outfits. This is very circa 2015. I mean, this argument is older than a motherfucker, all right? But listen, call me strange, but these arguments are outdated, all right? I know I'm the king of kings of this space. And for some reason, it's hard for me to go back to outdated ass conversations. I mean, because I have beat these conversations like a dead horse. I think that's how they say it. All right. It's like beating a dead horse at this point. But for some reason, these are very viral conversations. And certainly if a celebrity brings it up, I suppose this breaks the fourth wall or something. This shit is some old ass shit. This is like high school to me. This is like 20 years ago. Are we talking about this? All right, but listen, the normies seem to think this is a new conversation because this used to get me shadow banned on social media. All right, even 3-4 years ago. But holy mackerel. All right, so and this is now Hollywood Unlocked for some reason here. Okay, let's see what he has to say.
Ass. And she got it out and ain't giving nobody none. Ain't that some bullshit, y'all? You can't be out here false advertisement like that. What the fuck? All that ass and them short ass shorts and she don't want to give nobody none. False advertisement. I told her she better give somebody some every weekend. Why you got all your ass out and you ain't giving nobody none? If you got all you should have long clothes on. If you no split the booty tights. If you ain't giving nobody none, okay? That's kind of like That's kind of like entrapment, right? Ain't that a certain way of entrapment? It's called minding her business. Y'all is still on that Adam and Eve devil shit, huh? Fellas, do not fall for that shit. These women is devils. They is the bad ones, kid. They try to entrap you with these outfits and try to make it like you a creep. Well, I can see how your whole shit shaped. I'm only a man. What the fuck am I gonna do? You know, it's entrapment, kid. Entrapment. And then they'll say, well, we ain't doing nothing. We ain't giving nobody. Well, hold up. What is all this for? Why are we displaying all this then? It's a setup. And they on here doing them thirst traps all day and then say we thirsty. What the fuck you got on? What the fuck am I supposed to say? The fuck you mean? Nigga not gay? Nigga ain't blind either. The fuck is you wearing? Hell yeah, I'm looking at your ass. It got a split in it. Hell yeah, your moose knuckles got a hole. You can see the whole decoration in the hole. You know exactly the kind if it got the it got the stick out shit over there. You can see the whole the decoration of the moose knuckle. God damn. I'm just a man. Get out of there. And she got it out and ain't giving nobody none.
Yeah, that brother's starving.
Yes, sir. All right, Slim Thug says she got all her ass out and ain't giving us none. All right. Okay. Yeah, normies are always going to be 10 years behind, right? All right, so this conversation to me is gone. All right, but of course, we're kind of having this conversation with Phylicia Rashad here. All right, she got all that ass out. All right, how come every time a woman has something like she's dressed and it's appearing, it's always out? She got her titties out. She got her feet out. She got her ass out. Like, where it's supposed to be. In? All right, how come it's always out? You know what I mean? She got her titties out. Okay, how come they can't be the titties over there? She's got her titties, I guess, out is appropriate. All right, but any type of woman is dressed some way, and she got her knees out. She got her elbows out. They always out. All right, anyway, she got her hair out. Woman can't do anything and dress anyway, and it's just out. Something's out all the time. I mean, but she got her ass cheeks out. All right, they just out. All right, but I get what he's saying here. Of course, like, I can take my best. You know what we'll do? We'll take our way back. Where's my dream sequence here? For the new people here that are here for the first time, I used to have a dream sequence here. I guess. All right, let's take the conversation back to 2017. Okay. Women dressing scantily clad for attention. Are they doing this for attention, or are they wearing this for comfort? Well, we're going to get to this with Phylicia Allen. Here's the thing. Women really don't have an alternative dress when you consider, when you go shopping, you do have to go shopping with women for you to realize that there's not much alternative for them to wear. Okay, so take them anywhere shopping. Not saying that you have to pay for it, but much of the fashion of what they would call this, these short-term clothing that they go and buy. Forever 21 finally going bankrupt and closing stores. But if you go to see the little shit that they buy, the shit looks like children's clothing. Now, this is because this is what's pushed on them. Now, they can come out here and wear big baggy sweats, but they're probably not going to. When they buy clothes, this fast fashion, this shit is very small clothing. And you got very big, large women and women that these clothing is not made for. Not many clothing manufacturers make clothing for black women. Okay. So these black women are shaped completely different than the clothing manufacturer intended, especially if they manufactured it for white women. Skinny beanpole white women. White women have this problem too. But what they'll do is they'll size it one size all, or they'll size it small. Women, for some reason, they're extra large, but then they size it 5 sizes down to a medium because in their mind, they should be a medium or they were a medium 10 years ago. And they buy very small clothing, mostly form-fitting attire, which we have normalized, but was abnormal 15, 20 years ago. It was abnormal. Although people wore form-fitting attire, sometimes they covered it up. Like biker shorts were mostly sometimes covered up. Okay, then some girls start wearing it out. These were the whores and the skeezers. And then regular women were wearing it. Lingerie was considered lingerie, and then hoes wore lingerie. Fredericks of Hollywood. Then regular women wore lingerie. Then they start wearing lingerie outside of their shirt. Right? So eventually the fashion and what they see people wearing for attention will become fast fashion, which will become normalized. So you obviously got this big ass woman, okay, who is wearing clothes that is probably designed for small white women. But of course, she shops at the mall and she wants to wear this fitness attire. Nobody makes clothes for these big booty women. Okay, but doesn't mean they're not going to buy it. Then they buy it and then they come out and then, yes, like he's saying, he believes they're thirst trapping. And of course they are. Are they doing this for attention? Of course they are. Everybody dresses for attention. Are they doing this because it's the most comfortable? Maybe, maybe not. No, I would say most likely not. Because the women know, by the way, before they went outside, they knew exactly what their ass looked like. They knew exactly what their titties looked like. To his point, to call men creeps for this is bizarre. It is bizarre behavior. It is abnormal behavior. It is almost behavior that is uncharacteristic of being a human being, because any man will tell you, any father, uncle, brother, cousin would tell a woman that he's related to that if you go outside like that, you're going to get attention from men that you don't want. Okay? You're going to get attention from men that you don't want. This is a common sense conversation. It is not required for any alternative thoughts or opinion because it's useless. A man that is looking to protect this woman, a husband, a boyfriend, he knows that the type of attention that is going to come from her attire will be predicated on that, her decision to wear that out. Women will wear the most uncomfortable things out and complain about it. They'll wear 6-inch high heels and complain about how their feet hurt. Then they'll take them off and walk barefoot down the street. Right? We know that they do weird, goofy shit like this. Well, my feet look good. My ankles look good. My heels look good. It makes my hips look good. It makes my butt stick out. They'll go out there and do that and walk around uncomfortable for the entire time. They'll push their titties up and they'd be mad at old men for looking at titties. Now, let me just tell you, ladies, I don't care how old you are, as long as you're the age of majority and wherever municipality that you're in, if your titties are up and out, any man should be able to look at them. However, how women think is that only the men they want looking at them should look. If they benefit from having their titties out and they get the man of their dreams, then it's okay. If creeps looked at them, then it's not okay. This is such an old conversation that we're having, but hey, I'm here for it. I'm here for it because the world is now reverting back to 2020, 2016 conversation, and I guess I need to address it. I need to address it. Fitness attire. Women spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on fitness attires. They'll have Nike Pro shorts, sports bras that are 2 sizes too small, and they will wear these shits and match them up with their outfits so they can go to the gym looking cute. They will not go in a potato sack, but then say if they were in a potato sack, men would still look at them sexually, which is true. I can't deny that. If they were even in a potato sack, men are still going to look. There's some men that are still going to look. We probably still look for the dimples in the booty and the big potato sack. That doesn't mean that because we would look at you in a potato sack, that you should dress as scantily clad as possible and complain about that. And then put the onus on the man for looking at someone obviously with their ass and cheeks out. This is an obvious conversation here. But again, you're dealing with American women who are too far gone that there's no win in this conversation. There's no win. There's no turning this around. It's too far gone. It's too far gone. So he's saying now that the women should give up sex for having their sex out, right? Their sex is out. They're thirst trapping men. They're benefiting from attention. They're also monetizing themselves from this. As a result, they should freely give it away if they're advertising it. I do find that to be false. Okay. I should be able to look. I should be able to even comment on it as long as the comment is respectful. Hey, those titties out looking good, baby. Them things looking like fluffy pillows. I should definitely be able to do that. So if a woman is in public and she got her titties and her ass out, if I'm able to come up with the most tasteful, delicate comment that is not meant to slight her in any moment, I should be able to freely do this. Not only that, I should be able to look at them cheeks going left, 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 right, and left. I should be able to look as long as I want to. You got them out. Okay, so that's my opinion on that. So the ladies might disagree with me, but I should be able to comment and look at them ass and titties wiggling and jiggling. All right, that's my prerogative. You don't get to control that, baby. You decided to relinquish control as soon as you left the house. Okay, so that's going to be on you. And I would tell my daughter the same, my mama, my wife, whoever is associated with me. As soon as you walked out that house, I'm able to say and do I'm able to say with my mouth and do with my eyes what I can do with them. So yes, we've been having this conversation for many years. I think that's the case. So no longer do you have control on what I say. I don't give a fuck if you think I'm a creep. I'm going to creep the fuck out. If you think I'm a handsome guy and a gentleman, well, fine with me. I don't give a fuck what you think I am. But I'm going to say it, and I'm going to look, and I'm going to not be apologetic about it. So don't bend over, and I see them cleavage and them titties jangling. I'm looking at them. All right. I'm going to look at them, and I'm going to undress you with my eye, and I'm definitely going to monitor you in my spank bank material in the future. You know what I mean? So I might need that as motivation for later. But to be able to say that the woman should give out the ass cheeks because she has them out, I disagree with that. I disagree with that, Slim.
None. Ain't that some bullshit, y'all? You can't be out here false advertisement like that. What the fuck? All that ass and them short ass shorts, and she don't want to give nobody none.
See, this is where I slightly disagree. Slim, I know you with the tricking. Go ahead and offer her something. Make an offer. As long as it is not considered a proposition, it is fully legal. You can offer her whatever you would like to offer her to get to them cheeks. But to say that she needs to give them out freely to anybody because she's advertising that, well, you know, that could be problematic. You're going to have a problem with that. So men think that they're entitled to the woman's body because she has it on display. Okay, let's just have it for the men. Just because you have your wallet out, does that mean that any woman can come out here and have access to your wallet, right? Your hard-earned money? Just because you have it out on full display, because you have your car out. Any woman should be able to jump in and get in there. You get a fat woman, hey, let me get in. No, you don't get access to it. But because she's advertising, maybe she is setting her price. All right, she is saying, hey, listen, I am available. And thus, yes, you can make an offer, right? Make an offer. But it doesn't entitle you to her body. That is definitely Neanderthalic. And we are not in the Neanderthal period anymore. You're not entitled to someone's body because they have it out. Okay, so we do have to draw the line at that. Now, for us, we should be able to look, and we should be able to make a tasteful comment, be able to show that we saw her, and demonstrate that we have an interest. If you have an interest and you're able to make a deal with her, you can make the deal. Right. I do find that to be, but just do not proposition her because it could still be considered legal. All right. But I don't think you can say she should be giving it to everybody, because now you have another problem. They're going to be judged for giving it to everybody. How's that going to work out? If all the women are out here giving it to everybody, you're still criticizing them whether they have their ass out and giving it to them or ass out and not giving it to you. That's a no-win situation. That's not fair for everybody, because now you're going to penalize all the women. Now none of the women are worthy. You're just going to run to every woman and say, oh, I'm going to get I'm entitled to this. I'm entitled to this. Nah, that ain't going to work. That's going to make for a very strange society, and I don't think you want that society. All right, because then you have men like Slim Thug just grabbing every woman he can possibly grab after, and you'll get nothing. I'm going to tell you guys, you're going to get zip right at that point. How tall is Slim Thug? 6'9"? All right, 6'6". If Slim Thug's grabbing all the hoes, you're going to get nothing. All right, I'm going to tell you, all you mighty midgets and mighty mouses, All of you bird-chested ninjas, Slim Thug is out here on the prowl. You're going to get no bitches. If men could openly just grab anything that they see available to them, you're going to get zip out here. They're going to be a 95-5 rule at that point. Because you got ninjas that are sitting around doing absolutely nothing, that got time on their hands, and they're going to get all the pussy and you're going to get zip. All right, so please, guys, do not advocate for a guy just openly saying she should give it because she's showing it, because you're going to get zip out here, right? Anyway, all right, it's going to be crazy. All right, so let me tell you, man, that is not the proper way to do it, because it's going to just cause, it's going to be way too many problems. Ninjas will not work. They would just be walking around grabbing that ass. All right, but anyway, enough about that conversation. I don't know where that conversation's going, because I think we pretty much figured it out. Most guys that see women like this, you've either taken a comfortable position of ignoring them. How many people have ignored women like that? As soon as you see them coming, you're like, okay, this type bitch. And then she walks by you and she struts and she thinks she's going to look, and then you just look the other way. How many people do that? Honestly, a lot of people have taken that position as men, right? Like, a lot of men have stopped rubbernecking women. We've been kind of, I think this is why the conversation sounds old, because a lot of men have been, we become accustomed to this already. We become accustomed to this, and it's all too perfect for us to know that women are going to just strut themselves around and then wait for you to look and then give you a bad. So a lot of us just look the other way, to the point where women are saying men don't even look at women anymore like that. So a lot of us have taken that position of like, we're not even going to pay attention. We're not going to look. We're going to look the other way. We're going to look at our phone. We're going to look up in the sky. We're going to do anything but give her the attention. And some dudes will tell you, nah, don't do that. You should be able to just go up there and look and get your look in. Some of us look at the reflection in the mirror. We'll just get a quick look and that's it. We've been pretty much desensitized to it. And, you know, I said Gen Z men will be desensitized to this type of thing. And it kind of talks about what Slim Thug is talking about. Slim Thug sounds like a guy who's seeing this for the first time, which we know it's not. But a lot of Gen Z has seen this on a daily basis. Okay, a lot of us can see this on our phone. Whereas Slim Thug is still comes from an era where not every woman does stuff like this, I know. But older men are like seeing this for the first time, or seeing this like, wow, this is crazy. Where a lot of people are just like, yeah, this type of bitch. So there's that. And then there's a lot of guys that still give women attention like this. Okay, as soon as they come around the corner, you got to rubberneck her. You got to eye grape her and stare her, and you got to do these things and give her all this attention, and then get mad when she rejects you, which is where Slim Thug exists. He gives her the attention, the free validation. She rejects him, and then he responds this way. This is why I think the conversation is rather old, because you then are being more mode 3. All right, as Alan Roger Curry, the great Alan Roger Curry would say, rest in peace. You were interested in her. You put your bid in. She rejected you, and now she ain't shit. Oh, bitch out here with her ass out. Bitch, you lucky I talked about. And you out here dressed like a whore, and now you mad at me because I'm giving you attention. Now it sounds like mode 3. Whereas if she would have complied, hey, my ass is out. Hey, are you interested? What's the price? Or I'll take you home and give you the ass cheeks now. Where would Slim Thug exist then? What would his opinion be then? Would it be that, hey, these women have their ass out and they give it out freely if you acknowledge it? Or, let me continue, and you acknowledge it and call these women and you thank them. Thank you, ladies, for having your ass out and giving the cheeks every time we ask. These are the best women. These women have their ass out, and every time I ask, they give it. These are wonderful women. We need to wife them up. We need to thank them and applaud them. Or do you penalize them? These women have their ass out. I ask for their cheeks. These dirty, scandalous whores give it. to us, and these bitches ain't shit. Right? So now, which way is going to be? We know it's going to be the second way, where he then tells the world that she's a dirty skeezer. He's not going to say, these women got their ass out and they give it to us when we compliment them and they are wonderful. We need to elevate them. Guys, hey, treat these women well. Give them what they want. It's going to be the opposite. You're penalizing her still. You're going to call her a dirty whore and they're easy and these bitches ain't shit. So which one is it going to be, guys? Listen, I'm one of the most logical men in this space. Which one is it going to be? Which one you want? Let's be honest. If they were out here dressing scantily clad and fucking everyone at the drop of a hat, what would you do? Would you celebrate them? Would you tell them how wonderful they are? No, you be calling them dirty names just like you calling them dirty names for not giving you pussy. Let's just be honest. All right, you don't want to be honest. Y'all niggas want to have it your way like it's Burger King. All right, well, go work at Burger King. But anyway, it's an evil world out here.
It's an evil world we live in.
All right, anyway, we got Trick Daddy out here. All right, shout out to Trick Daddy. We got more rappers out here. It's an evil world we live in. Main event coming up. Trick Daddy reveals why he prefers dating women age 22 to 35. He says them old hoes need to lower their standards. Oh, my goodness. We are taking it back. All right, I'm going to tell you.
Wait a minute. Who are you?
Okay. It seems like, I will say the rappers have been giving out red pill information even before a lot of us. So I'm not going to say they're stealing content. I'm never going to say that. I say definitely they're openly having conversations that maybe, you know, their music has inspired us to live through, and then we talked about it and now it's coming back full circle. Right? But interesting.
Straight jacket.
That sounds like the junior college. All right. Does this not sound like the junior college to me? Does this not sound like something that I've said or anybody associated with this space? This sounds interesting. All right, but it is nothing new. I just think that men are having the conversation. So men are openly having a conversation about stuff that we used to talk about. We've been talked out of it, and we now know it doesn't work. So now that we're going for what we know, now we have this conversation. Now, it's not going to be eloquently spoken. It's not going to be said like I say it. But let's hear what, what's his name? Trick Daddy. Let's see what Trick Daddy has to say. He's sitting next to his son. That's his, I think his son or his nephew. Let's see what Trick Daddy has to say about dating older women.
I tried dating women my age. That's the hardest shit in the world.
Oh, man.
They stuck in their fucking ways. They wonder why they can't keep them.
Now, look, now, you know they gonna get you for this now.
I wouldn't give a damn. Them old hoes need to lower their standards and realize that this. Unless you want to
Trick, no.
Unless them hoes want a nigga that want unless they want a swap out, a nigga that's a swap out artist. Unless them bitches want a yes man or a paymaster. Bitch, I'm the sugar daddy with no sugar. Yeah, sweet and low. I'm not doing whatever you don't do, you don't get paid for. Like, bitch, stop always complaining. Like, for real. Them hoes stuck in their way. I asked her, where you at? You ain't my dad. I'm not your bitch. I hope I'm not your daddy, bitch. I want to know where you at, bitch, in case you get in an accident, in case you get a flat tire. I'm not. See, women want to get treated like niggas. I can't. I don't like niggas. I'm going to treat you like a nigga. I treat niggas any kind of way. You want to get treated equal, so you telling me you want to get treated like a nigga, because you can never be a nigga. You can never be me. If a man going to be a man, are you really a woman? Why you don't cook? Why you don't pay more attention to me like you pay attention to your eyelashes? A 50-year-old ain't got no baby here. Why do you wait till you were 45 to get braces? And shit like that. Like, you, bitch, you wait till you were 45 years old to get braces. And now you got your little daughter, 21, getting her body done. 23, and she 23 years old, and she got her titties done. You ain't even have a baby yet. That shit gonna drop. You got to get them done again. You understand what I'm saying? Like, ain't no 40 years old. Bitch, you're 45, you ain't got baby hairs.
So what age do you normally like? Is it like 25?
Nah. From 22 to 35.
All right, Trick Daddy. All right, he was jumping around there. All right, he has something to say. He has something to get off his chest. He probably need a couple of podcasts to get it off his chest the way he want to. So he's basically saying these old women are cooked. All right, they have nothing of value to give, and they're not trying to give anything back. All right, I understand what he's saying here, but he's talking about baby hairs, and they too old for that, and their daughter's getting 22 breast implants before they have kids. All right, I get that. But now let's get down to brass tacks. 22 to 35. All right, that's them. Just right. All right, just right. Although 35 is getting a little old. All right, that's getting definitely a little old there. All right, but how old is Trick Daddy? All right, let me see here. So the name is Trick Daddy, by the way. So that should give up a little indication of what he's doing. He's 51 years old. All right, 51 years old. He looks every bit of it. All right, definitely looks like he's lived a hard knock life. All right. But baby, and by the way, he's got a great catalog. All right, so do not sleep on Trick Daddy. All right, he's got okay, shut up, okay, what's up, shut up. He's got bitch, I ain't give you nan. Ain't that like me? Ain't never trick like me. Ain't never pimp like me, and you know nan. All right, he's got I'm a thug. He's got a great catalog, man. Trick Daddy is one of the best come out of Miami there. Okay? Ain't met a bitch like me and you know now. All right, shout out to Trick Daddy out here. He said 22 to 35. Trick, that's a little too old. I would go down a little bit and keep the 35-year-olds out of it. That 35 is too old for me. All right, maybe to mess around with a couple times a week, maybe a couple times, maybe once a week. All right, anyway, but Trick Daddy, look at him, boy. He's starving.
Yeah, that brother's starving.
All right, and look at his little nephew out there. And yes, you're going to have to compete with Trick Daddy, youngins. YNs, you're definitely going to have to compete with Trick Daddy because Trick Daddy might got a couple of dollars. He might have got a couple of dollars in his pocket. I don't know what his catalog looking like. All right, but 32 seems to be my limit. 32, once they get around 32, they become a different person, all right? Women become completely different. Now, if I'm with a woman and she hits 32, that's different. But 32 seems to be the age of manipulation. Okay, so this is why I stay away from that because they become a different woman. They have different priorities. And those priorities mean that, they're an egg freezer, right? They need somebody to fertilize them eggs. All right, they're looking to settle down. They're coming off the whole marketplace for a temporary time. Okay, so there's even some content creators that are women now like, I met my husband, the love of my life at 32, 35, 37. All right, that's because you was putting your whole card away. You done took your whole card and put it away, and now you ready to settle in and get comfort for about 10 or 15 years, and then your ass gonna come back out there like Vivica Fox.
I'm going to the streets.
All right.
End of story.
So you're gonna get tired of that shit, and then you're gonna have what you have. You're gonna have a little nest egg and a retirement plan, and then you're gonna start cutting niggas left and right. All right, when you're 45 and 50 and 55. So that's all that is. You want somebody to fertilize their eggs in a petri dish. You want to have a baby, and you want to settle down, get off the cock carousel for a little bit. All right, that's all that is. Okay, you didn't hold out and sugar babied yourself out. Now you ready to settle fucking down.
And that's you.
All right, that's all that is. Okay, but that's why I kind of stay away from that 32 and above. 32 and above. And I had a chart on this back in the day. Did I delete it? No, I did. I did delete it. But I call that the last call. All right, last call. Let's grab somebody up. Grab somebody up. They didn't took all the shopping sprees and the VIPs, and they didn't been ran through and had all the athletes and the sugar daddies and all that shit. Now they ready to settle in. All right, Trick Daddy, what else you got to say on this one? Is there anything more to say?
So you cut it out. They can't be past 35.
35? No. That's right around the time they got life fucked up right there.
That's true. Dude, that's true. 35, their life is in shambles, guys. Absolute catastrophe. That is a matter of fact. All right. And I say that, dude, by that time, they are experiencing debt. They live with a roommate. They trying to move out of their parents' house. They're trying to get away from the bad guys. They're trying not to date the jerks. Their life is in shambles by 35. The majority of them. There is financial mismanagement of funds. They probably hit the glass ceiling at their job. They're looking to coast. They don't, they wanted to work. They wanted to have a career, but that career is now gone. All right. That they're not CEO by 35 like they thought. They ain't making 100K like they thought. Consumer debt just munching they ass. Last call. And so you're in a rehab situation. And is she going to walk you down that love? She's going to love bomb you like crazy. Love bombing. So we're warning men. Trick Daddy's warning men of this. And we've warned you of this for many years. She going to love bomb you and try to walk you down the aisle in 6 months or less. 6 months. And if you ask tough questions, you're going to find out that she lived a life from age 19 to between 19 and 35. She's lived a life of horror. Horror. You won't even know how many early terminations of pregnancy she had. You won't even know her party lifestyle. All the ketamine and 2C and coca, all the trips and vacations and all the tricking that she didn't turn tricks and all the stripping she did in college and all the dick shuck she sucked at Freaknik. You won't even know. You won't even have a clue. And if you ever get a clue of the stuff that she's done, it will hurt your heart. This is a woman you're about to wife up. In 6 months, you're going to get her a fucking engagement ring. With the love bombing she's going to do on you. And she's going to say she's a good woman. Guys, all these women that I've had at this age, they all say they're a good woman. Oh, I'm a good woman. I'm one of the best. All the men that I had cheated on me. Search the men that she had. None of them look like you. None of them. Not a single one looks like you. Yep, getting flued out. Not a single one of them was a guy like you that cheated on him, that beat on her, right? He beat on me and cheated on me 15 times. Not a single one was a guy that looked like you. He didn't look like you, wasn't shaped like you, didn't act like you. You basically the good dude.
And that's you.
The good gump. I hear women say this all the time. She'll be like, look, all men cheat. And I was like, let me stop right here. I'm like, all the men, the type of men you've dated cheated. Because, yeah, niggas that look like Chief Keef, right? Shout out to Chief Keef. I had to do this. I did this to a lady. She told me this, all men cheat. And I was like, what? Now, I would say all men are capable of cheating, that's for sure. But I said, let me stop for a second. Take a look at all these guys. And we were somewhere outside where we were with a group of people. And this woman was a gorgeous woman. I mean, she's gorgeous. So she's obviously dated club promoters and guys like this, athletes and men with money. She even said, I dated a millionaire and a billionaire type shit. It was on the dark side. And I basically said, look at these guys. There's men out here. There's men out here that we can show and demonstrate. I said, look at this guy right here. Take a look at that guy. Do you think he's ever cheated on anybody? This dude right here ain't probably had a girl in his fucking life. And if he has, she probably was fat. Then I said, look at him. Look at him. We had to go through every single male that was out there for her to realize most guys ain't getting a goddamn thing out here, let alone cheating. Okay, now, take the guys that you make yourself available to. Yes, out of all the guys you've made yourself available to, they probably all cheated on you. Because most women are dating a small select group of men. This cannot be denied. And even procreating. But most women never see these guys. These guys are invisible. I had to go through every single guy. Look at this motherfucker. Look at him. Recessed chin. Look at this guy. He's 5'4". Look at him. Bird-chested nigga. Look at him. He got dandruff in his hair. Look at him. He's shaped like Fred Flintstone. Look at this guy right here. All right? Look at this guy right here. No muscle. Bird-chested. Look at him. Recessed chin. Look at this guy. Scratchy beard. Look at this guy. Fat. None of them dudes are cheating. I was like, none of these guys got any pussy in the last 6 months. I can guarantee you, not even on one girl. All right. So anyway, so this is where people mix up, where you're getting women off this marketplace that had experience with a select small group of men, and then they come out here, well, all men doing this. Look at these guys. Most guys aren't getting anything, let alone cheating. You have to show it to them, or else they don't believe it. Right? They don't believe it. Look at this guy, broke. This guy right here, he pushing shopping carts. None of these guys are cheating. Right here. But anyway, none of these guys are cheating. But the guys you're messing with obviously are. But Slim Thug is right. After 35, it's a reclamation project. You're basically taking a woman that is on her last leg. Even if she's successful in her career, I know the ladies are like, but I'm successful in my career. I look good for my age. None of that matters. Just because you make $80K and you make more than most men in Indianapolis and Gary, it doesn't mean you're in good financial shape. So you might be coming in, no retirement, no 401k, and no ability to support a man at any income level, let alone a man that makes more money than you. So you're not coming into the situation where you're providing stability and using that career to help him financially. So that doesn't mean anything. Most women over 35 is a reclamation project, for sure.
35-year-old, a 35. This is about a 35 bitch with a wig on. Let's think about that. Bitches in my area, the only one wore wigs was bank robbers, drag queens, and motherfucking clowns who are prostitutes. Think about who wore a wig when you were young. Bank robbers.
You said a clown that's a
prostitutes. That's what clown hoes, we call them prostitutes.
Oh, okay. I was like, all right.
Yeah, like prostitutes, bank robbers, and drag queens. That's who wore wigs. So you're a 40-year-old bitch who putting on a lace wig. Just think about that. Cut your eyebrows off just to draw them back, and now they crooked. Then some of them get them tattooed in now. I don't want no bitch no. I don't care nothing about no shaving, no pussy, nothing. You ain't got to shave none of that. Unless that pussy nappy, leave it alone. You could trim it. You could cut it down. One against the grain, mohawk, or landing strip. But you ain't got to shave that pussy. Don't be talking about, oh, no, hair on your pussy. That's nasty. No, that's when we knew in the 70s and the 80s, we knew she was grown or growing up because now she got grass on the playing field. That's when we knew. So now all of a sudden, everybody's doing what everybody else is doing. That's why the hoes cannot accuse men of cheating no more. How am I cheating? I'm fucking the same bitch who you want to be like.
Okay, he's all over the place with his talking points here. He's all over the place, but, you know, these are all things that we've talked about in separate videos for sure. He said he wants that punani hairy, ladies, all right? So he wants hair on that punani. He doesn't want a bald punani like a baby punani out there. So I guess keep a landing strip out there. He's all over the place. Okay, but shout out to, this is Trick Daddy, not Slim Thug. Shout out to Trick Daddy for providing us with some non-eloquent talking points related to women who have aged out. He likes the younger variety out there. That sweet, sweet thing. All right. You're a metaphile, coach. All right. We're close to the main event. We're about to do the main event, but I do want to catch up on PayPal and Venmo just so I don't leave you guys out of the conversation. And just because she's young doesn't mean it's sweet, by the way. These young girls are doing some wild shit out here. Okay. And guys, here's the problem with this conversation here. And people don't want to have this conversation. Shout out to my brothers like my moral coaches, Dr. Thunder. All right. I feel for my Christian brothers out here. But these 21-year-old women out here, they pretty much cooked by 22. All right, the majority of women, now I know this is going to hurt. I can't say all of them. But by 22, this woman done whatever she needed to have done on this marketplace. This is like 90% of them. About 22. We don't have these conversations often because for some reason we have this stunted growth where we're figuring out, for some reason we think children are 25-year-olds. But a woman has mostly done all the damage to her vagina by 22. We talking about trains, orgies, rich guys, broke niggas, basketball players, even if it's the high school star. All right, hookups, early terminations of pregnancy. By 22, they done had it all. She done put stuff in got a mold of somebody thing. She done got toys and buzzed off the sensitivity of her pearl tongue. 22 is pretty much the limit. Okay, we live in a generation where 22 seems to be young. And yes, you're a young adult. Yep, she didn't literally lint lick. She didn't scissor sister somebody. Okay. She done dated an old rich guy, a 62-year-old ninja hit it and nutted in her. I mean, by 22, it's pretty much cooked for 90% of them. 90% of them in America. So I don't know where people get off thinking that they're getting anything fresh by dating a woman 24 or 25. It ain't fresh no more. It's, yeah, he said, did he freak offs and all that? Especially if they're dark skin, right? Latina and black. Latina and black for sure by 22 cook. Now, linglings are the big surprise. So you guys think linglings are innocent? Them women are natural creepers, all right? They've been in Japan, they sell their panties at 16. And by the way, the most common age of an early termination of pregnancy, 14 to 19. All right, so that is where 50% or more of early terminations of pregnancies occur. 14 to 19. All right, barely. It's not 27-year-olds running to get their, it's women 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, going into 20, 21. That's where the majority of the early terminations of pregnancy. So, you know, people deny this and don't want to think about this. And they think that young women have the fresher ones and the older women is all ran through. I say by 22, the woman has have done what she wanted to have done already by 22, for sure. By 22. Okay, there's a very small subsection of women by 22 that have just out here with they box untouched, cobwebs around it. Right, so anyway, and they done had it up the Duke shoot and they done gobbled up nuts like a hummingbird. Right down the gullet. They done everything they wanted to. Ladies, where y'all at? Why don't the ladies really criticize my show? They don't. They didn't have the Lily Lint Lick at the dorm. They didn't had a train with the basketball team. They didn't had a tag team run on them. They didn't share the dude. They didn't share the dude with their friend. You know, they got drunk with the gay dude and tried to diddle with him. All right, it's so really, where do you stand? Where do you stand? Especially with Gen Z. So it's tough because now older men are going, I'm gonna go get younger women. As if what? They're better than older women? The older women just trying to retire their punani. The younger women out here still active doing it, especially if they are available to older guys. A younger woman that's available to older guys, this woman then already been through it. All right, 100%. We got our brother here. It is no government name. Says on the topic of rappers entering the conversation, even Joe Budden is starting to get involved. Only a matter of time before he brings up your content and channel. I don't think so. Okay, guys, what's happening now is these rappers and entertainers, their talking points are theirs. None of these people are going to bring up anybody from the manosphere in the last 10 years. So they know about us, maybe not me individually, but they know about us. They heard about us. They dismissed us. But now they're realizing they have to cover the points because it's gone too far. So Joe Budden is going to give Joe Budden his credit. He's not going to come back and be like, hey, man, we need to listen to guys like CGA. We should have listened. Right? Kevin Samuels will be the only one that they reference, if that. And most people will not even reference him. So they're not going to come back and say, man, we should have listened to you 10 years ago. All their points are going to be their points. Miles Morrow says, glad to have you back, coach. Main event coming up. I got PayPals. Because why would they reference somebody that has a smaller following? Okay. They're not going to do it. All right. Those people have followings that they built up in the last 5 or 10 years, if not more. They're not referencing us with smaller audience. All right. So anyway, it's a pipe dream. It's a pipe dream. And holy mackerel. All right. What do we got here? We got our brother here. It is Hakeem. He has rung the bell for you. Pay attention. Hakeem says, good morning, coach. Thank you for taking the time to meet with people in Amsterdam. He says, I had to get you back. for that old fashioned, I couldn't let it slide. He says, when your JUCO pulled up, I was like, God damn, in my head. He says, great talk. If you're ever back in Europe, it is nothing for me to meet up with you. Free agent lifestyle for life. That's one time. That's two time. And that is. Shout out to Hakeem. All right. Shout out to Hakeem. He lives in Belgium. When I was in Amsterdam, he took a train over to Belgium to hang out with me in Amsterdam. We had a good time, and I was not feeling well. I was feeling very sick. Powered through that meeting with you. And he saw in real time one of my JUCOs pull up, one of my flatback Natashkas pulled up. And, bruh, you saw it, man. I know people don't think I'm out here doing shit. But, Coach, you had to pay. All right? But he said when he saw her pull up, he was like, yacht. All right? Flatback Supreme. And how was she, man? She tried to get herself involved in the conversation. All right. And I had to look at her ass like this. I was like, silence, you fool. All right. I had to tell her, she's new. She's new on the roster. I had to tell her, look. Silence, you fool. All right. She tried to start talking. I was like, shut up. Anyway, I made her pay for it back in the hotel room. All right. Drilled her real good, pulled her hair back, and I got that neck. All right, but he did see it in real time. I know people be out here coaching incel. He ain't out here getting nothing. He got to pay. All right, he ain't getting. Nah, bro, he saw the real deal. He saw the real deal in real time. And she was just purring. Purr, purr. All right, she was playing good. She playing nice right now. He says right here, when your JUCO pulled up, I was like, God damn. Oh, yeah. She pulled up, and she very feminine. All right, but yeah, she was nice. She playing nice. She trying to get her green card in the United States. Appreciate you for that. And we got, let's see here. We got a couple more. It is Martin Muhammad says, welcome back to the Spirit of Elijah and the world-renowned international Mitch Slapper. He says, I don't know if you'll repeat it, but the story of the woman in front of your camera at the Eiffel Tower was insightful. Yes. Crazy, huh? Crazy. Okay, when you're dealing with them and telling them, them telling you got to be more assertive, to tell you to get out of the way, to tell you to do something that you're not supposed to be doing, right? I mean, it's just sad. H Everyday says, welcome back, Coach. Enjoy the fruits of your label to the soft girl era couple with the mulatto and Blanco chick. She's only fans transactional. How come Blancos don't get smudges on their reps like ninjas and beaners? Oh my goodness. Please explain to the congregation. Fanny don't get it. They will use you in the political world when you have no support and money. Okay, how come they don't get a smudge on their record like ninjas do? Okay, boy, you're really throwing out some names there. You called them the Beans. All right, man. I haven't heard that in a long time, by the way. Let me see if I can add one more. All right. Shout out to you. 304's don't really die. They just die down a bit. He says, I banged the 40 and 50-year-old women, and I never asked their age when I was 31 and 32. She let me violate her, and when we finished, she acted like it never happened. Found out she had a whole husband, a ballin'-ass ninja, super paid MFer, and still let me fill all her holes. Right then is where I realized all bees ain't ish. Shout out to you right there. And I actually have to tell people all the time this. This is something that this is repeating stuff. A lot of men have not been hurt as much as men have been exposed to women doing stuff like this. So you got to shout out to the women that may say, oh, you guys have just been hurt. And a lot of us have been hurt. But a lot of us have been with women that have been scandalous. So, yes, you've been with a wife. You've been with a woman that was wide open. And a lot of guys have been with, you've been the pool guy or the personal trainer. And you saw a wife doing something. And you go, man, that's crazy. Like, this guy supports the house, and you're out here doing this. It's hard for men to reconcile. How can a person be married and that happened, especially a woman doing this to a husband. Or you might find out that the husband doesn't care about her. All right, she's had her 2 or 3 kids. He doesn't care. How do you even reconcile how that is for a man who's young who wants to get married? He wants to get married. How does a marriage get to that point where the husband doesn't care what the wife does, or the wife sneaking around, but he's rich? And she says, well, he's never there. I feel like a single mother raising kids. He doesn't help, but they live in a big house. How does that, for a young man, that is shocking to them. Even if you're a player, it's still shocking to you to the point where you're 26, 27, 30, 31, and you're thinking, maybe I'll get married and have kids. And you're going, I didn't get hurt by a girl, but I had a wife that basically was outside. I basically was flirting with her. She got drunk. I took her to the bathroom. Right? That happened to me. I had a married woman. She was drunk, and we was at a happy hour. I sent her a drink. We're in the bathroom. She's married. Right? And you're going, how does that happen? Like, this is before I got married. And you go, and she tells you how it happened. Well, he's this and he's mean to me, and we had 3 kids and we're over each other. That's traumatic. That's way more traumatic than a woman cheating on you. Now, just because you had sex with a woman doesn't mean it wasn't traumatic. This is similar to where men have been sexually assaulted as a teenager by a mature adult. Most people will say, well, the man got off. The young man got something from the teacher, so he won. But just because he got sex from a teacher, a mature adult, doesn't mean it's less traumatic to him. That's going to cause him trauma in relationships moving forward. So it doesn't take a man to lose out, to Chad or Tyrone to be traumatized in the dating marketplace. Sometimes he's a Pookie, a Chad, a Tyrone, and he sees how women operate around him that are in relationships and married. He sees how his girlfriend's friend acts when the girlfriend's not around. Like, that is way more traumatizing than him dealing with the love of his life and he loses out to Chad. So many men have been put in that situation, even higher status men or men with muscles. And so how does he look forward to relationships when many of his relationships have been this? The candy lady in his community, older women at church violating him. Maybe he had an older relative violate him, R. Kelly. And then he expresses himself out, and then, he's the bad guy. But they never trace it back to that trauma, right? So just because a guy enjoyed it, he was aroused. Remember, arousal is autonomic for men. And sometimes because arousal is seen as a choice for men, and we act upon this arousal, that because we acted upon it, it's no trauma. We wanted it. But arousal is autonomic, meaning that we don't control the arousal. So if someone initiates with a man, our arousal happens, is biological. No matter if the woman, she was older, all right, or she was a Lolita. It's autonomic. Now we have to control it at that point. And sometimes if you're not mature enough, you don't control it. And then life happens, and then post-nut clarity happens, and then all of a sudden we got to deal with the reality. Most men are left to deal with the reality after post-nut, and much of the blame goes to the guy. Oh, well, you were aroused, and you nutted, and you pulled your dick out of your pants, so it's on you. And if you didn't pull your dick out of your pants, or you didn't get hard, or you didn't bust that nut, well, then you wouldn't be in this situation. Well, sometimes you have to understand that the arousal was autonomic. It was out of his control. The choice was his prior to that, and the choice was his after that. But if the woman is insistent on making it happen, it's almost difficult for him to stop it until he nuts. Now, when he nuts, he's going to have a clarification. He's going to have regret. And then he also is going to have years of trauma related to this. The trauma then is, it was your fault. It was your fault. You got hard, you nutted, and you pulled your dick out of your pants. It was your fault. Well, that's not a proper way to handle it. Then when he has problems, trust issues, and so forth, it's his fault. Well, I can't deal with your trauma. That's your trauma. I've had women say what? Sounds like you've been traumatized. Okay, so let me get this straight. When women are traumatized, there's empathy. But if a man's traumatized, well, that's your trauma. Don't put that trauma on me. Huh? Isn't this crazy? Isn't this crazy? Just think about this. If a woman's traumatized, hey, these men out here hurt me, I've been cheated on, mistrust, so forth and so on. If a man said, bitch, that sounds like your trauma, bitch. If a guy said that, and bitch, it ain't got nothing to do with me, sounds like you've been traumatized and you've been dealing with niggas that's been traumatizing you. That's not how we tell men to deal with women that have been traumatized. However, if a man's been traumatized, well, she be like, well, shit, that ain't me. I ain't like your ex. I ain't like your last girl. I ain't like these other bitches. They put it back on you. Well, that's your trauma, nigga. Well, it ain't me. Somebody hurt you, nigga. All right, just because somebody hurt you out here don't mean I'm going to do it. Don't treat me like that because you've been trauma. Like, wait, man, well, hold on for a second. Where's the empathy at? Oh, there's no empathy no more. Oh, I see. Oh, it was my fault. Okay, got it. Okay, it was my fault. Okay, I see.
And it's all Jermaine's fault. It's always Jermaine's fault.
It's funny how that shit works, all right? Oh, it was my fault. I picked her. Okay, what about all the trauma you picked that? Oh, no, you didn't pick it? All right, it was pushed on you. Okay, I got it. All right, anyway, selective bullshit. A couple more, and then the main event. Preston says, you often break down the marriage wheel, but can you break down why it happens, what leads to it? Maybe we'll do that at some point this week. And Mr. or Mrs. Misha Osborne says, thank you for making us laugh at the barbershop today. Shout out to everybody at the barbershop. I want to say Mr. Osborne is a sir. All right, we got the main event coming up here. Come on, man. I'm actually trying to get these super chats in so I don't get too far behind. Okay, and we got, let me see here. I don't want to get too far behind. JJ Frost, shout out to you. Did I get Lee okay? Welcome back, sir. If you don't mind sharing what's your next adventure. Deshaun Rose says, welcome back, coach. It's been a hell of a 2 weeks since you've been gone, but great to see you back in the studio. We back. Ayo, it's Ace says, in your British accent, oi, proper good to see you back, bruv. And he says, been living it up. Across the pond, are ye? He says, and that blonde crumpet you pulled, bloody lovely. That one just right. Haha. Welcome back, coach. I tried. And sounds like you enjoyed the Dominican Republic. Cody says, 2 stories that remind me of you from work. Overheard a woman telling another woman that her kids asked if she ever loved her ex-husband, and she said no. And he said 2 coworkers were dating, and the girl had noticed a baby bump, went to congratulate the guy, but he ain't the pappy.
I'm Peppy.
Jesus. Oh my goodness. It's bad out here, man. It is bad out here. Goodness. He ain't even the pappy, but his girl is pregnant. Tyrone, thank you, coach, for all the wisdom and knowledge. Since I've been living the free agent lifestyle, I got more money and freedom and live life how I want. You guys realize this is a new strategy, by the way, of men. We're going to cover that today. Jim from Denver says, bossing up in 2025 is the only option, gent. He says, your most recent travels have inspired me to continue ascending this year. Coach, did you see the most recent video of Jaden Daniels' mom cock-blocking him for talking to Juju at the game? Straggle and Sniggle material, hashtag son husband. I was going to break it down, but it seems like it's old news. Should I break it down? There's stories that I missed. I'm like, well, I missed it. I don't want to talk about it. But I did see it, and then Juju Watson ruptured her ACL afterwards. That's a cock block. That is a cock block. Shout out to Tyrone living the free agent lifestyle. Man, my goodness. So not only did she cock block him, allegedly from Jaden Daniels, and I guess I might need to cover it later. Juju then ruptured her ACL and is out for the goddamn year in the foreseeable future. Definitely out into next year. All right, goodness gracious. Newton says, Coach, you got to break down yesterday's PBD with Adam and Patrick Bet-David going at it about modern dating, which I'm assuming Patrick Bet-David had no knowledge of modern dating. Somebody send me the clip. And Mr. Troll to you, what's up, Coach? Been a minute. You had me crying at the trick daddy part. Most women think all men cheat because they are sharing the same men, the 80-20 rule. And this has been proven out. This has been proven out. Now, later on, they deal with different men, but for the most part, men, the small percentage of men get access to the women early on. So their experience is indeed with a small percentage of men. So then if all those guys are cheating, then yes. By the way, I'm not a faithful guy at all. Right? I'm not a faithful guy at all. So ladies, do not get with me and think I'm going to be faithful. All right? I'm not in my monogamous years. I am definitely in my slaying punani years, meaning that if I feel like having sex with another woman, I'm going to have it. I just don't find that there's any women out here that I would be faithful to. Like, there's no incentive at all for me to be monogamous at all. Like, I've worked way too hard to be monogamous. Now, if I just was like, it doesn't mean I'm out here just slanging Johnson around all the time. Some of the time I am, sometimes I'm not. But there ain't no woman out here that would make me go, I'm going to give up pussy forever. I mean, I did it before. I've done it before. I got married. But ain't no woman out here. There's none. I don't care if you put up the most attractive. By the way, I deal with attractive women, so none of them I would be monogamous to. Zero. All right, but I'm going to tell you this up front. Now, if this is the issue, well, you're going to get an STI. Well, that's why they make condoms and shit and STI tests and HIV prep. All right, I do all that. But there ain't a single woman on walking the face of this planet Earth that I would look at and be like, you know what? I'm not going to fuck any other women from this point on. All right. All right. You know what? This woman makes me want to put my dick away. This woman makes me want to put my balls in a jar for her. Like, there ain't a single woman walking the planet Earth that I would make that deal for. None. Like, there's zero. I can't even think about the 4 billion punanis that sit on Earth right now just fuming, just. There's peacefully right there. There's a woman listening to me right now who peacefully boiling at work, like. Just boiling, just sitting there, just, mucus just accumulating around the. There's women sitting on a dry punani right now. It's just dry. You ever see a woman that punani be dry? You just be like, all right. It's just dry. You open it up and everything just clumped stuck together and you got to separate it. All right. There ain't a woman with a dry punani right now. All right. That I would go, you know what? I think this woman's punani is the best.
Your third leg was just phenomenal.
This woman's right here, I don't want nobody else's but this one's. I mean, listen, I'm in my years, you know what I mean? Like, I'm good. I got a little dollars in my pocket. I got some money and shit, you know what I mean? I could get to a bad broad. I'll be like, you know what? Let me have her tonight. I'll take her. Like concubines. Now somebody's like, do you want women to be faithful for you? Not really, unless I'm paying them a lot of money. Like if I'm, if she's one of my girls that I got on an allowance or something, I'll be like, you can't have no more dick. All right, but there's women at work just sitting on it and it's just fumigating and, collecting dust and cobwebs being by it. All right, anyway. I don't find that there's any woman right now that I would be monogamous to. Like, I don't see the point. Anybody? I know, I'm going to do the main event. Shut up. Shut up. I just don't see the point. Not at this point in my life. Not at this point in my life. And what point do I see it? And what benefit would I get just putting all the punanis away? You know what? This one right here with the soggy booty, I'm just gonna fornicate with this one. All right, nobody else. but there's women be like, I want you to be faithful and not cheat on me. For what? Why am I gonna be faithful to you? Why would I be faithful to you? Why? Give me a reason. Give me the reason to love you now. What reason would I be faithful to you? I'll wait. Okay, let me just correct it. Because there's people leaving right now. They're disgusted by this behavior here by oh God, coach, you're old. You should be maturing past this. No, man, I'm a little bit older. I'm wiser. Just because I'm non-monogamous doesn't mean I'm immature. I'm pretty mature for my age. I'm way very old mature. But the woman will be like, well, I just want you to just only want to be with me. Why? Why? Okay. Why for me? Give me my benefit. What benefit would I get? Right here. What benefit do I get? Not what benefit you get. I know you're jealous and you don't want to share. That's your problem. What benefit do I get? Right? I get absolutely zero benefit from this. You get benefit because then you get the corner of the market and keep my balls in a jar and then tell me when you're going to wet my dick when you want to and when you don't want to. Okay, that serves you. What benefit do I get? Ladies, listen to me. Y'all ain't listening. The ladies ain't listening. They're not listening to me. You're not listening to me. What benefit would I get at this age running around here letting you tell me where I can put my dick? All right, but anyway. Also, you could be like, okay, you could get some now. Okay, thank you. I mean, this is just too old. I don't see any benefit to me. Now, if I wanted to do it and I chose to do it, all right, that's different. But you choosing it for me as a, like, well, I'm only going to be with you if you do this. Next. Bye-bye. There's no reason. There's no benefit that you give to me. I can give myself that benefit, but you can't give me a benefit. So I don't see what the point is. All right, anyway, I just don't see, I don't see what the point is. And young guys, I'm going to tell you, man, young dudes, please do not equate maturity and monogamy. This is not true. Okay, maturity does not mean you engage in monogamy. Whoever's telling you this is a jackass idiot. Okay, this is maturity doesn't mean you oh, well, he's mature now because he's accepted monogamy. No. What show me how that equates to maturity. Okay, it equates to maturity if you choose to not to let me tell you this. Maturity would be you becoming a monk. Like not just a monk mode, you're a monk and you just give up pussy. That's maturity. That is the ultimate of maturity. Like, that's like, whew, damn, I can respect that. Like, damn, you just gonna give it up for the spirit, for the God, for the Lord, for the mission. You just gonna live life and just be out here getting no sex. That's the ultimate level. Okay. But to say you matured because you accepted monogamy is, nigga, what? Where do you equate that at? And do not say the Bible. Where? That does not mean you're mature. All right, not at all. Now, if you just out here just fucking everything that moves, that's a different one. That's a different story. But you young guys, man, I'm gonna tell you, man, they will make you believe that the mature thing to do is take one woman for where? How does that equal maturity? All right, anyway. Right. How does that equal maturity? That doesn't. It equals that you selected kind of a rite of passage, and you selected a mate, and you got a wife, and you're going to be dedicated to her. That's responsibility. I guess that's in the maturity conversation. But no. Anyway, look. Oh, man. Main event. Fuck it. All right. Thank you for sitting in here, man. I know I haven't been back for a long time. All right. I haven't been back for a long time, so I had to get some shit off my chest. But it's the main event. It's time for it, so let's do it. Okay. Phylicia Allen, a.k.a. Claire Huxtable, for you guys that don't know, for you young heads, let me go ahead and put this up here for y'all to see for your viewing pleasures here. This is the woman that we're going to talk about here. We have to give you the backstory so you guys can have a full circle completion. There's a lot of young guys that watch us that don't know who this woman is on my thumbnail. Her name is Phylicia Rashad. Her original name was Phylicia Allen, who is the sister of Debbie Allen, renowned dancer, and so forth and so on. I gave her a ride to the airport one time. And Phylicia married Ahmad Rashad, who was a football player for the Minnesota Vikings. He ended up being a sport broadcaster, more famous, a sports broadcaster, and then became Phylicia Rashad, all right? But she also was known as Claire Huxtable on the TV show The Cosby Show with, of course, Bill Cosby, who played Heathcliff Huxtable, all right? So Phylicia Rashad has been always known as a classy woman. All right, very classy woman, but also a progressive woman. So she kind of teetered between progressive career woman on the TV show, The Cosby Show, and also kind of a feminine woman. She had bouts of femininity, bouts of sassiness, bouts of being smart and intelligent, but also she never was really a thought. Okay, she always represented herself well, and she very looked good, especially for a black chocolated woman. Okay, she played a black chocolated woman that you rarely saw on television, and she nailed the role well because Phylicia Rashad most likely was that. Okay, Phylicia Rashad was this. So this goes back to the 80s. Okay, goes back to the 80s, and this is who she was. A beautiful woman, inside and outside. The way she carried herself, her demeanor, even in character, was kind of what you wanted to be. And it was one of these sexy images that you was able to see her sexiness without her revealing her body. You know what I mean? Without her revealing, not taking the shortcut. You know, let me see here. Let me see if I can find some other pictures of this beautiful woman, man. Beautiful woman. And she's aged beautifully. She definitely has good genetics, and I don't think she has a lot of surgery. She's probably got nipped and tucked here and there. She ain't thick. She ain't fat. She ain't obese. She's not shaking her ass. You know, she's done a couple of dance scenes, but she's a very beautiful woman, man. No bonnet. She represents herself well. So she's also a theatrically trained actress or actor. Now they call it for females. So she's always represented this classy image. And she's always been graceful and polite and not loud and not telling us her political opinion. One of the real the last classiest ladies of the African-American community. Since then, it's been somewhat downhill. Okay. And her relationship with Bill Cosby, you know, she might have known what he was doing or his lifestyle, and she protected him. She didn't call him out. You know, she wasn't trying to ruin her payday. But that's Phylicia Rashad for people who don't know. I just had to show that because you don't really see women like this anymore. Okay, you don't see women like this anymore. Just clothed head to toe, acting like a lady. And you know, the funny thing is, she was in her 30s. Right? She was in her 30s and 40s during this show. Right? This is what a 30 and 40-year-old woman presented herself as, just on a TV show. It's just a TV show. All right, before the New World Order came in with their communist propaganda and shit like this, of the strong and independent woman, although she did play a lawyer. But she was also a housewife. Well, she wasn't a housewife. She also was a mother and a lawyer. Let me just show you this. This is her in a dance scene, in an aerobic dance scene during the show. And as you can see, she's wearing a leotard with tights. All right. Today, the leotard would be without the tights. This is how the things were in the 80s and 90s, where most women would wear attire like this, but it wouldn't be completely ass out, titties out. As you can see, this is a full leotard, and titties are and ass and pussy is not out. Her feet are probably out, but there it is right there. All right, but and she's natural. People are mentioning she doesn't have a hair weave. She probably has a hair piece in there. I would think she would probably have a hair piece. Okay, but this is Phylicia Rashad now, aging gracefully, right? Not too much plastic surgery. How old is this woman now? I had to set this up. All right, how old is this woman now? She still acts. She's 76 years old now. Okay, that's pretty phenomenal. 76 years old. And the reason why this is important is because the conversation has come up here related to her opinion on fashion today for women. Now, this is going to be on The Breakfast Club. And unfortunately, The Breakfast Club does do a lot of copywriting. Okay, so I have to be careful what I can play on their TV show. But she says social media is buzzing after Phylicia Rashad expressed her views on how young women dress. Okay, let's see if people support this message. Okay, so here we go right here. Let me go ahead and refresh the screen. Oh, hold on for a second. Here we go right
I'm up in the era, Miss Rashad, where dignity and grace were everything. But do you ever look at how wild Hollywood is now and you just think to yourself, boy, y'all got it easy. Y'all wouldn't have got away with that in my day.
No, you'd have to look at Hollywood. I could look at the way young ladies dress.
I knew I should have worn some other pants.
You got your ass
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about
elbow, shoulder over here. You want my coat?
The young ladies are so beautiful. They're so beautiful. And something has happened in popular culture. You know, and I don't mean to be critical, and I hope young ladies listening don't take this as personal criticism, because I don't mean it that way. But you're young queens. I'm taken aback when I see on a college campus.
You know, you came up in the era.
Campus, young women dressed in strips of clothing. But more importantly than that, no man wants his woman to be out like that. Right?
No, I grew up on Method Man saying, wearing 3/4 of cloth, never showing your stuff off. Boo.
That's right. But not only that, it's like there's today's designers. I mean, there's ways. You know, there are other things, and I just
leave something to the imagination.
Yeah,
it would be nice.
Some things are for my eyes only. You know.
Yep, and like you said, there are ways of being sexy without showing so much.
Oh, please. And that's really not sexy.
I mean, one of the most sexiest, most beautiful pictures is you. I forgot what year it was, but you got on like a basketball jersey and like some jeans. You eating some popcorn. That's an iconic picture.
Is it the white jersey?
Yes.
That was that we did.
That is a
campus young women.
Beautiful picture. That's like that is the epitome of sexy.
Okay, I have to be careful sharing the Breakfast Club's content. Although that's an Instagram post, they do snipe audio and stuff like that. So let's just go back. Again, I come from an era that's different than the modern era. Although we had women that dressed like this was kind of like, those women did get rewarded and they got to dance in videos, JJ Fad and Oaktown 357 in biker shorts and shit like this. There were women that dressed like this, but this wasn't the norm. Similar to gangster culture wasn't the norm going into the 1990s, right? Guys didn't dress like thugs all the time. There were guys that dressed like thugs, but not every guy dressed like a thug, all right? But today, most guys dress like thugs. Like, now, you're not going to say it's not a thug. You're dressing like hip-hop. But let's just be frank. That's thuggish attire, right? It's gangsta. And it basically came from the gangster lifestyle. Like, not many people were wearing Pendleton jackets and basketball jerseys. That's what gangsters wore. And that became the attire of most men. Just like whore attire was always prevalent. Hot pants and shit like this. And what do they call them? I can't remember it. But yes, women wore that back in the day. And they certainly were, okay, those are the whores, right? And these are supposedly the classy ladies. Now, as she said, the designers, the people selling women clothes. I talked about that earlier with Slim Thug conversation. Those women, now it is the common attire to the point that women think strippers are copying them. I tell you that story all the time. oh, the strippers are wearing what we're wearing. No, you're wearing what the strippers are wearing. You just didn't realize it until now that it's common. And let's not address this. Men have given attention to these type of women, just like women have given attention to the bad boys and the thugs. So it's not just the woman's fault. The men have played into this as well. The more women revealed, the more likely a man would pay attention to her. Thus, the women seeing this are saying, well, in order to get the man's attention, we must reveal more. The less they wore, the more benefit they got. We can see this on Instagram. As much as we complain, still when these women post, men show up. Now, it might not be all of us, but they're still getting the attention. So what benefit does it have for a guy, for a woman, to not do this, to not capitalize on this marketplace, to not get $1,000 a month from OnlyFans? You see it as a fail, but for her, that's $1,000 a month to post 4 pictures. Okay, what's the benefit? She ain't getting wifed up. You're not wifing her up. What's the loss? What's the loss to her? She's like, hey, my reputation. But hey, we're all losing our reputation at this point. So yeah, we got hoochies. We got women out here playing coochie games. We got all of this stuff. So you're seeing women get no benefit from being classy, being more, desirable in their feminine. Okay. But of course, the industry has played a part in this with the promotion of female rappers, making female rappers become strippers. Even the World Wrestling Federation went through that point of, hey, who cares about women's wrestling? Let's get the most sexiest women out there to wrestle. And then those women got more attention as opposed to the women who can actually wrestle. So this is where we're at right now, which is the tough conversation. Why would women actually want to be like Claire Huxtable? Why would they want to be like Phylicia Rashad? What would the benefit be? I ask you. Let's look at the comment sections here and let's see what we got. Let's talk about some articles here. Some people have expressed discontent with the way Rashad has slammed young women. This is the point that I've been saying. It's going to be hard to come back from this because if Phylicia Rashad can't save these 304s and can't get them in line, well, neither can you. One user reminded commenters that Rashad also defended Bill Cosby, so I would tread lightly. The narrative of women centering their decisions around men's approval is so tiring. That's why I'm glad the new generation is moving away from it. Okay, so let's just start from that one. Let's start from that one. We have to stop with this bullshit. Men and women have to stop with this bullshit. This idea that women are not doing this for sexual attention or to benefit from a sexual marketplace, they're only doing it for themselves, is basically coping. All right, and I blame men for this too. Men do this as well. All right, I don't dress for women because when I say all men pay, and I say, did you buy cologne? Did you buy a Gucci belt? Did you buy nice shoes? Well, I didn't do it for women. I did it for myself. Lies. Lies. Because if you got no women's attention, your ass wouldn't have got dressed this morning. Your ass wouldn't have went to the barber and got lined up. You wouldn't have put just for men in your beard. So let's stop with the bullshit. Ladies, let's stop with the cap. I don't put makeup on for men. I put makeup on for myself. Stop the bullshit. Okay, so this is where we're just not being honest with ourselves. I don't get dressed for men's attention. I don't center myself around getting dressed for men's attention. This is bullshit. This is BS. When men say it, it's BS when women say it. We all have a desire to be appreciated by how we present ourselves. This is why when we present ourselves in a way, it's so important. We express ourselves by what we wear, and we want other people to see it. We're communicating something to someone every time we get dressed. Every time. Whether you are a guy who is a emo, a rocker, a thug, you want to look intimidating, you want to look hip, you want to look like you with the modern times. Every single time you get dressed, you're expressing yourself for someone to have a response. You're trying to provoke a response from someone. You're trying to demonstrate your tattoos or whatever. You're trying to show off something. That's the reason you dressed in the way you dressed. So this person's taking it. We have to get out of the idea that we're centering men the way we dress. Shut the fuck up. Let's be mature. Shut Well, I won't say it, but let's let The Rock say it.
Shut your bitch ass up.
All right, so most people, and then when people have the idea, I dress poor so people don't think I have money, you literally are dressing a certain way to communicate something. Even when rich people, billionaires, wear, New Balance shoes and Nike Air Monarchs, they're communicating a message. Hey, I don't have nothing, or I'm a billionaire, I'm so wealthy that I don't need fashion labels. Or you wear fashion labels to demonstrate and communicate something. So when people say this idea that people aren't dressing for other people, it's an absolute farce. It's cope to get away with the responsibility of you dressing a certain way. Let's just take accountability for your behavior. Let's understand why you're doing it and accept it so we can now have a common conversation. So that's one dissenting opinion related to her. Here's another one. Oh, by the way, her supporting and defending Bill Cosby is the fact that Bill Cosby, whether you like it or not, had a whole bunch of volunteers. All right. So Bill Cosby certainly was red-rolled. I think he definitely did participate in spiking women's drinks or giving them pills to take advantage of them. I definitely think that. And I think that men continue to do this today. All right. But they're not doing it with the exact same drug that he was using. They're doing it with Molly's and all kinds of crazy shit like this. All right. So it's not different than anything that we're doing today. Although in the yesteryear, it was somewhat expected. But now people are saying she should have known about it and spoke up against it. All right. So that's your own personal opinion. Let's go down to the next one. Another pointed out that the age gap between baby boomers like Rashad and Gen Z has led to a disconnect in fashion trends, and that clothing items don't seem to change how women are treated in the community. That generation was covered up and still got abused and treated terribly. One day, as a community, we're going to address the real issues, but I digress. Okay, so the issue that they have here, which is a common issue that you hear, well, the older women dress classy and they still got cheated on. Okay, the older women dress classy and got cheated on. The older women were more classy women and kept away from cheating on their husband or penalized for cheating on their husband, and they got beat down like Tina Turner. They were still abused. All right, so we have the abuse argument here. But today's women still are saying they're being abused. Their solution is that since we're going to be abused anyway, we might as well dress like hookers, okay? All right, so listen. Hey, listen, I'm only here to communicate what they're trying to say. Hey, you know what? We're going to lose anyway. We might as well get what we want out of it. The little bit that we're going to get out of it, the little bit of ability to express ourselves, the little bit of ability to make money for selling pussy on the internet and get attention from men and celebrities, the little bit of ability for us to level up in this conversation, we might as well go on and take it, because back then these women got they got no benefit from being good women. Okay, might as well. They was getting abused back then too. We getting abused today. We got all this trauma. We need all this therapy. All right, I'm a victim. Might as well dress like hookers. Might as well. All right, so that's what I read from that. All right, so these women dress classy and got no benefit. We're getting no benefit. Might as well dress like a Jezebel. All right. All right, sorry for hitting the buzzer. But this is, again, they're saying the disconnect right here. There's a disconnect between the boomers and Gen Z. There's a misunderstanding of fashion trends. I don't think so. Okay, they've always kind of pushed women to dress more scantily clad and benefit from it. Okay, so, women of that generation certainly had the ability to choose that. However, they would have been penalized. So that's why the boomers and Gen Xers initially didn't choose that. Let me just take you back. There were groups that got attention for doing this exact same thing in the 80s. We had the Mary Jane Girls. We had Vanity 6. We had Apollonia. All right, let me pull up. I don't know if I can pull this up on YouTube. Let me see here. Let me see if I can pull this album cover up. This will bring some people back. This will bring some people back here. I don't know if I can pull it up on YouTube, though. Where's that Vanity cover? That Vanity 6 album cover where she was in that white fucking lingerie draws. All right, let's see here. Oh my goodness, is this Apollonia 6? Jesus. All right, this is taking us back. Macaroni Tony, you probably going ham. And whoever this chocolatey thing is over here in this white shit, holy mackerel.
Oh, the humanity.
All right, so this was the 1980s. This was when Claire Huxtable was being Claire Huxtable. All right, yikes. Shish.
Oh, the humanity.
I'm telling you, whoever this Puerto Rican chick is, or whoever this shit is, and this blue shit, and that white shit right there. Hold on. Let me put my head out of the way right there. Holy.
Oh, the humanity. Oh, the humanity.
Oh, my.
Oh, the humanity.
All right. Anyway. All right. Anyway. That's a group called Apollonia Vanity 6. All right. And they were a group of Prince. All right. So they were one of Prince's bands that he used to push his music through, right? So The Time was another one of these groups, and he pushed his music. Alexander O'Neal, a lot of these people benefited from his music being basically people who basically was able to use some of his music that he didn't use. So let me just say this. There were people out there, women out there doing this in the 80s. It was just a choice that they had to make, all right? It was a choice. It was like, okay, you're going to go that way, but then this is the life you're going to get, as opposed to, I can't afford to take that chance. Now I'll never marry and have kids, which women were more dependent on marriage and kids as a means of survival. Today, women are under the illusion that they don't need marriage and kids, or at least one or the other, as a means of survival. Now that is an illusion because they're going to need some benefit. Okay. They're going to have somebody, a stepdaddy, somebody to accept raising their kids as they get older from another man, government. They do have this illusion that they don't need it. So they go along being Apollonia 6, and then they want to trade in their hoe card after a while. Okay, so then more women take this route and less women take the Claire Huxtable route. They'll all go through this, let me try this, and then when it doesn't work, they'll pivot back 35 years old and say, I'm one of the good ones. This is where the disconnect is. So they're saying she doesn't understand current fashion. I disagree. During Claire's time, those fashions existed. Those things, being a whore and dressing scantily clad, was certainly an option. It wasn't a great option. It didn't get you very far. It got you a whole bunch of cocaine at Club 52. Okay, it got you turned out, and it got your ass basically kicked to the curb, right? And ran through and used and abused. That's where it got you. Okay, it didn't get you riches. It didn't get you Instagram. It didn't get you anything. Whereas today, it gets her something at least up front, and then she can play the victim on the other side. I think I disagree with the comment that she doesn't understand fashion and current trends. Those trends have always existed. Today, women can choose to do that later on and then try to play the victim as to why men won't accept them. This is just my opinion on it. Let me continue a little bit further. Keke Palmer calls Cosby Show's Claire Huxtable uppity. You can see this here. Keke Palmer, she represents kind of the new fandangle woman here, of the new modern woman. I actually had a picture of her on the thumbnail. She was the one kind of exposing on herself on the thumbnail here. And this is what Keke Palmer had to say about Claire Huxtable. This is in 2023. She says Keke Palmer calls the Cosby Show character Claire Huxtable uppity. She got on my nerves. Okay, so this is where the pivot point is. This is not men's responsibility. This is why I always tell you, gentlemen, we can have all the conversations we want about where modern women are going and what we need to do to help them and help the black community. It's done. It's cooked. The prevailing character of the black community is the Stragg. That is going to be the one. You're not going to overcome that with any shame, any propping up of any characters like Claire Huxtable, any women from the past. The Stragg, the low-class Stragg, is the prevailing character and characteristics that these women will follow, not women of grace and elegance or whatnot. Those women will get rarely rewarded. And even if they choose this from the inception of their teenage years into their 30s, which most won't, they will elevate and propagate the Strag. All right, so the Strag is Keke Palmer. Look at her relationships. Look at who she picked for a man. She picked a half a man. Okay, she picked a light-skinned, good hair nigga to produce with who supposedly womped on her ass. But she gets on her nerves. Okay, so it's finished. I know you think Kevin Samuels is going to help and I'm going to help. I don't want no helping the community or relationships in general. It's all cooked to me. It's all cooked. All right, but anyway, good luck out here. She basically says right here on an appearance with the Terrell Show, a game show that airs on YouTube, she jokingly admitted that she didn't like Claire Huxtable. She got on my nerves sometimes because I'm like Claire, keep it real, sister girl. Huh? Okay. Uh-huh. Okay. She was uppity, y'all. Bottom line, she says right here, oh, really, girl, stop. I'm not sure what she's saying right here. She got on my nerves sometimes because I'm like Claire. Keep it real, sister girl. All right, so there you go right there. That was her joke. This also, to wrap this up, this also goes into the Monique conversation here, where unfortunately Claire Huxtable had to tiptoe around the conversation with women on how they're appearing out here. This is a little bit of a generational thing because today we're a lot more laxed on how we present ourselves, whether man or woman. Today, I think men and women dress like slobs, and me included on this. We're very much more lazy in how we appear. Although we're less conforming, so you do have to pick your battles. We're able to express ourselves and express how we feel about ourselves and things about us. You can express your sexuality on how you dress. People think that you can't, but you take gay men. Take gay men. Gay men back in the day had to dress in a fucking hat and a zoot suit back in the day. Right? Am I not wrong? Okay. There was a lot of politicians and actors and movie stars that dressed just like the masculine men back in the day. They had to put on their wingtips and they motherfucking baggy slacks like Ricky Ricardo, but they was running around here like Cary Grant, and they was running around here touching on motherfucking boys behind the scenes because people could not express themselves in their sexuality. Today, a guy could come out here and put fucking, you know what I mean? He could put fucking dye in his fucking highlights in his hair, and he could come out here, sashay and Shantae. That's an example of expressing themselves by the way they dress in their sexuality. We could do this, but it also, since we can do this, it also makes us more lazy in our dress. And I think there's probably going to be a revolution as to now people then going back to saying, hey, we should dress a little bit more appropriately and have a little bit more conformity because it's gotten out of control, right? It's gotten out of control. People are a lot more lax. Women are not more lax. People are wearing pajamas at the airport. They're wearing slippers as shoes. We're all guilty of this, even myself. Right? We're wearing shoes where we step on the back heel. They're old shoes. We just throw them on and we go to the grocery store. Okay? We're wearing basketball shorts everywhere. Not even playing basketball. We're not even wearing basketball. But there was a generation, even when I was a young man, that men wore slacks, whether it was a work day or a weekend. Men would wear slacks on Saturday and Sunday. Okay? You remember old guys? I don't know if you want to have this conversation. Old dudes for us, you know, men in our 40s and 50s. When we were kids, men were still in slacks. I don't care if they worked in blue collar jobs or not. Men were in slacks and church socks and shit. Feet just stinking. Okay, when they was on Sunday, they dressed up Sunday's best, even if they went to church. Feet just stinking and they stank in their church socks. They're wearing leather shoes. Back in the day, I know, guys, leather shoes were a sign that you had some class, even if you were broke, even if you were poor. People had to get leather shoes. These were dress shoes. Now, sneakers only became popular to wear as fashion in the 90s. Started in the late 80s, Started in the mid 80s but that was a small group of people, mostly beboppers and hip hoppers. It didn't become a fashion sense really until the 90s, okay, where it became acceptable to wear sneakers in public on a daily basis. Now we wear sneakers or sneaker-looking shoes with suits today, and that was more like 2010, maybe really 2020, going into COVID, where you would wear a suit with sneaker-looking shoes. But sneakers have been around since the 70s. They just didn't become a fashion tool until the 90s. Shoes before that were more centered around leather shoes and these type of things, dress shoes and shoes related to these type of things. All right, so with that being said, we have seen people become more lazy, lethargic, more recreational, active wear, which then pushes us to be lazier in how we prepare ourselves to go outside. You now see people wearing rollers and bonnets and wave caps and basketball shorts. Even now we're seeing the underwear that people are wearing, so your clothes are hanging off of you. You don't have a belt as a fashion sense when now you would match your belt with your shoes. Now we're not even close to even having a belt. This has allowed people to present themselves in even classier elements, lethargic and lazy, where women will be braless, titties out in a tank top, wearing sweats and then slippers to the airport, right? Bonnets to the airport. Niggas wearing wave caps in public. I know you guys don't like when I call you out on that, but niggas wearing wave caps in public to me is out of control, right? That's almost as worse as the bonnet. Okay, so I know you're going to disagree with me, but fuck y'all. You're wearing a wave cap in public. It's disgraceful. All right, it is absolutely disgraceful. Nigga, do something with your hair beforehand. It's just lazy. It tells me that you're lazy. It just tells me that you're lazy. You just didn't make an effort. And I've been in these situations. I didn't make an effort too. I've been caught out here not making an effort. But then you're wearing pajamas in public. You know, it's really getting bad out here. You used to get dressed for a purpose to go certain places. So we criticize the women for doing this, but we certainly are culpable in this. But let me show you this here. All right. Wave cap and bonnet is the same thing. So it's crazy. It's crazy. Let me see here. Then we'll get out of here. All right, here we go right here. Is this the... All right, let me show you this here. I mean, this is a tough conversation. I can't tell you that we should dress a certain way. But this is a photo of a segregated baseball game, Oak Cliff, the Dallas Black Giants. This is a Negro League baseball game. And this is crazy, man. I'm going to tell you, man, the weather had to be super duper hot. This had to be the summer or the spring. You know, it was musty as hell, and women's punanis was out here stinking. Okay. Ninjas was out here smelling like Old Spice and musty armpits. But this is a baseball game, spring, summer, outdoors. This had to be 1940s or 1950s. And, you know, at the time, certainly this was not dressing for comfort at all. I don't see the women out here wearing bonnets and this type of thing. You do have to say that there has to be some sort of psyops to make people think that they're dressing for comfort. But I think it's the opposite. You're dressing to be stereotyped. Dressing to be stereotyped. But this is them enjoying a baseball game, which we take for granted, right? We take for granted that these things are luxury items, or they consider things that you should go, hey, we're here. We should present ourselves as best as we possibly can. We're at an airline. We're at an airport. An airport used to be a sign of, hey, we made it. We're doing something that we should be proud of, and we paid a major expense to be here. Well, not with Spirit and Southwest. You paid a cheap ticket, and you're going to dress like it. Okay? Sometimes with your daughters. All right, your daughters as Gen Zs, because they walk around here like depressed, and they walk around here all stressed out and on head meds. These bitches running around here like they're Linus or Pigpen from the fucking Charlie Brown. Okay? You guys know who I'm talking about. If you have adolescent young boys and girls, here we go right here. Who got the goddamn blanket? Is it Pigpen? Yeah, this is how your daughters and sons are walking around now. All right? Like these motherfuckers in Pigpen. All right, with their security blanket and the security bunny and motherfuckers walking around, no shower and shit. This is how your adolescent Gen Z and Gen Alpha are walking around right now. Okay? And all because you're thinking that they're going to slice their wrists. All right? Oh, they're going to hurt themselves. Man, get the fuck out of here. All right? Tell them to dress the fuck up or ship up and go, send their ass to the military. Send their ass to the motherfucking military. Fuck these kids. Fuck you, punk ass kids. All right, these kids like, oh, they're gonna hurt themselves. They're going through anxiety and trauma and stress. Fuck you. All right, you're going to the fucking military camp. Fuck out of here, punk ass kid. You ain't did shit all day. Fuck you. All right, you ain't gonna make me stop putting pressure on you because you don't want to hear shit and don't want to hear me tell you what the fuck you gonna do. Get the fuck to military school. All right, fuck out of here. All right, but they're depressed. Fuck your depression. I'm going to give you a depression in your goddamn head if you don't get up and get the fuck out of here. All right, get the fuck out of here with that bullshit. But that's what happens. Now they're an adult. Now they're 25, but you still consider them a child. And then now you don't want to put pressure on them because they going to slit their fucking wrist. Have they slit their wrist yet? No, they haven't done shit yet. All right, so fuck out of here. Right? Fuck out of here. That bullshit. Get up, get dressed, or get the fuck out and support yourself. That's what you're going to do. That's what the fuck you're going to do. You're going to get the fuck up out of my house with this bullshit. Well, they're going through a tough life. They ain't going through shit. All right? Just wait till they be out there supporting themselves. They're going to go through a tough life out here like a motherfucker. Life going to give them a ham knuckle sandwich. Right? Okay? Life gonna give them a knuckle fucking sandwich soon as they up under me. All right. You think I'm hard on the kids now? Wait till life get a hold of their ass. They gonna put their ass in a goddamn sleeper hole. But here it is right here. This is and by the way, most of these people in the audience are in their 20s, 30s, maybe their 40s. Consider that. These are not 50, 60, and 70-year-old people. Most people in this audience are 20, 30, and 40. And this is how the dress was for that day. That was the expectation. And if you came in there with less than that, you probably face ridicule. So think how far we've gotten from even this in the 40s and 50s to where we have it today in the 20s, the 2020s going into the 2030s. To see how far we've fallen off. But again, some people figure that maybe more expressively dressing yourself is better. Less conformity, and so forth and so on. Like it was an expectation that you wore a hat. And you wore a hat that represented you. That was kind of an expression as well. So anyway, I think it goes in the conversation of where we are generationally. Just a generational. All right, anyway, what we got here? Let's get to these super chats. That was a great main event. And it was great to be back. What time is it? That was a great main event. Let me get to these super chats and thank you for the contributions for today's show. And thank you for hearing my rants. All right, me ranting about the common situation in our world today. I can fix it if you elect me the next president of the United States. You won't do it. Shout out to our brother. It is JJM. Director says Vanity was the originator of the hoe to child of Jesus. He says they in the church, y'all. Yes, indeed. Vanity 6 ended up becoming a Christian. All right. Which now the social media knows is the final form of women. Right? So she ended up becoming a hardcore born-again Christian, the woman in the black. And she died recently. Well, not recently. She died, didn't she? I think she died. She did. I mean, cocaine is a hell of a drug. But yes, indeed. Shout out to No Government Name. Tom says, it's good to have you back, Coach. YouTube has been boring without you. A lot of these red pill content creators still think women need to check out emotionally to cheat. He says, nowadays, it doesn't take much. I drive Uber sometimes. I've seen some shit. As I've been saying for a long time, the original Captain Save a hoes are red pillars. Okay? Everything you need to hear me out. You need to hear me out. I've been in this space more than 10 years. Okay? Producing content for more than 8 years. There's more Captain Save a hoes over here in the red pill than in any other space. Okay? Their whole strategy is to save these hoes. Okay? And it's not just the purple pillars, but red pillars have, okay, if we're going to have a great society, we're going to save these hoes from themselves. Right? We're going to have Sharia law, Captain Save a hoe. All right, we got to bring back Shane, Captain Save a hoe. All right, we got to get society back to where Captain Save a hoe. Their whole philosophy, the red pill, is Captain Save a hoe. All right, but you're going to do it in a way where, like, you care about it and you want to fix it. And then you're like, see, women, you're going to show them the mirror. See, ladies, look at yourself. That's Captain Save a hoe. Like, she sees what the fuck she doing. And she knows everything she's doing. But back of her mind, she knows she has a strategy to get herself out of it. At the end of the day, she finds a simp. At the end of the day, she marries out of it. At the end of the day, she puts away her whole card. At the end of the day, she turns a born-again Christian. At the end of the day, she lives off the government. At the end of the day, like, they always have a safety net. They always got a safety net. So that's the problem with the red pillars right here. They think women, there's always a reason for a woman to cheat. That's a red pill philosophy, which is not red pill to me. That's more purple pill. A woman will cheat just like a man cheats. In fact, women cheat way more than men. Way more. It's not even close. But for us, we still think that, oh, I got money, but she still cheated on me. Why? Okay, explain why a man cheats. Just explain. Okay, explain why a man cheats. Why? Like, what goes through his head? Okay, not much goes through his head. He's aroused. He's horny. Opportunity comes and he does it. That's the same as women. That's the same thing women go through. It don't need to be he did this and she felt lonely and she was depressed and she was going through a whole phase and she wanted to be out the streets. She was a woman. She cheated. Well, her man must not have been paying attention. He must not have been hitting it right. Stop giving them excuses. See, you men in this so-called red pill space, you guys think like simps. You guys will give women 100 excuses and then come up here and philosophize about all of these goddamn reasons why women cheat and why they monkey branch and why they do this and she had a rich guy and still cheated. Then just she a woman. She a flesh-having, red-blooded human being. She opened her legs. It's the easiest thing she can do. She don't need no reason to do it. All she needs is an opportunity just like you. And if she thinks she's going to get away with it, she's going to do it. If she don't think she's going to get away with it, she may not do it. If she wants to get away with it, she'll have somebody cover for her. It is what it is, bro. I don't hold, the red pillars hold women to this high standard and shit so that when she does something, we got to have a reason for her to do it. I don't have to have a reason for her to do it. I don't have to come up with any reason, motherfucker, other than she was horny. She wanted to fuck that guy. Right. We don't need to know if he was richer or poorer, taller or shorter, muscular or bird-chested. None of that matters. Well, why did she do it, though? She had to do it for a reason. She had a rich guy. She had a tall guy. She had a muscular guy, but she cheated with a broke guy, a bird-chested guy. Y'all come up with so many goddamn excuses and reasons because you think they're out here superior than you when it comes to this. I don't think they are. That's not been my experience. And I've been dealing with a lot of women in my life, working with them, working around them, married, living with them. They do shit just like men do shit. They're not ethically or morally more capable than you of processing shit. They're sneaky. They try to get away with shit. That's what they do. Okay? But these red pillars are more Captain Save a hoes. You always got to have a reason as to why a woman doing stuff. All right? No, they're just like us. They dookie and they shit. They bleed out from between their legs. They lie. They cheat. They steal. They're capable of doing it. They murder. They kill. They do all kind of shit. They kill babies in their womb. Like, come on, bro. They ain't that fucking special in terms of compared to men and women. Like, we need to give them all these elaborate excuses as to why they doing wild shit out here. And imagine this. Imagine if women were just as strong as us. Nigga, we would be all dead as a civilization. Okay? That's the only thing they missing is that they're not as strong as us and they ain't got money all the time. All right? So if they actually had money and was as strong as us, it would be death by snoo. They would keep like 13 niggas alive and just procreate with them like a machine. All right, that's what they would do. And the rest of us would be dead. All right, just imagine. Just imagine, bro. It would just be over for most men. You wouldn't have to worry about an 80-20 rule or a 90-10 rule. They would evolve it to be 90-10. They would just literally eliminate 90% of men. Useless. They would slave and then capture and enslave 10% of men and just then procreate on schedule like that. If they had the money and the strength, that's how it would work. All right, but so I don't put them into a class of morality above men and they're somehow maybe the stay moral and monogamous better than men. They just don't have the money and the strength to do what they want to do. So anyway, right? It would be 80% of men would absolutely be thrown away as garbage. You would see how moral they would be if they were stronger than us. Their morality would go out the window really quickly there. They would start eliminating us like they had a mustache under their nose. All right, it would be a whole concentration camp of ninjas, of goofy ninjas. All of y'all software engineers would be gone, or y'all would be slaves. All right, all the short men would be eliminated from birth. And you think I ain't lying? They eliminate you before you even have your ass. Don't come out here looking like a goddamn run of the litter. They would just throw your ass in the river or a canal. All right, useless ass. Get this motherfucker out of here. You think they are more moral than you? No, I don't think so. I just don't see it. All right. All right, please. Please. Shout out to No Government Name Tom, man. Shout out to you. I love that chat. Shout out to our brother. It is Rob. I is in the building. I'm not sure who that is, but shout out to you. I appreciate you checking in. Big Bug Rio says, welcome back, coach. Good to see you, man. Thank you for being here again. Okay, 100%. Oh, man. Oh, man. Yeah, man, they ruthless, bruh. They ruthless. Dude, I've seen women do crazy ruthless thing to men. And y'all running around here. Well, the reason why they do this is because evolutionary psychology says, y'all, dude, who cares, bruh? Who cares what evolutionary psychology says? I mean, it's important, but I think you guys are really giving them too many outs. Okay? You're giving them too many outs because you want to see them the way you want to see them. All right? I don't see it that way. I see them as people you need to worry about. They're very, they use that innocence and that sugar and spice against you, and you believe that there's just something special about them to the point where they're better human beings than us. I disagree, man. I vehemently disagree. But there's some good people out here and there's some bad people out here. And it is No Government Name. Did you see the Bachelor season finale? I didn't. The brother chose the fun younger girl and not the early 30s boss babe. Women across social media are losing their mind. They can't believe it. Somebody send me that clip because that might go in today's show. That might go in today's show or the night show. Okay. Shout out to No Government Name. What's up, coach? Have you seen Phylicia Rashad's daughter? She's a known character on the TV show Billions. She's a nice chocolated sister. All right. I haven't seen Phylicia Rashad's daughter, all right, but I imagine she's in her 40s. Okay. Boy, she definitely has the chocolate. That's Ahmad Rashad's daughter right there. She definitely got that chocolatey, smooth chocolatey skin right there. Smooth chocolatey skin. She definitely looks like, I can see more Ahmad Rashad in her face, but I can see some Phylicia in there. Look at that chocolatey bosom. I can taste them chocolate chips from here. All right, wrong sound effect right there. All right, look at them chocolate chips. Wait, where's the fucking sound effect? All right, where it is.
Yeah, that brother's starving.
Them areolas got to be beautiful, man. Them areolas got to be beautiful. Nice and chocolatey. Where my chocolatey areola sisters? All right, you pull them things out, I'll be like, all right, them chocolatey areolas. And shout out to No Government Named Tom in here with the co-sponsorship. I saw you.
I'm red.
All right, she had them things up and out. Nothing stops the world like chocolatey areolas, man. I'm going to tell you, man. Chocolatey areolas will stop the world. All right, and people that think I'm tripping, all right, all I have to say is Janet Jackson. Janet Jackson stopped the world with her chocolatey areola. The world stopped. Like, Janet Jackson been in the movies. She been dancing, doing a robot on TV since she was 9 years old. She didn't stop the world until them chocolatey areolas came out. All right, them chocolatey areolas came out, and the world said, stopped in its tracks. Because, you know what I mean? Like, not a lot of people get to see them chocolate areolas like that. Because most people see the, right here. You know what I mean? But then when you see them, you don't anticipate them being that dark. You be like, all right, a chocolate areola will stop the world, bro. All right, that's a special thing out there looking like a bag of Hershey Kisses. All right, but anyway. All right. Yep, looking like Hershey Kisses out there, bro. All right, like, woo, wait. All right, Jesus, because you can't see it from here, bro. But when you see that thing come out, like, wowzers. All right, anyway, this is crazy out here, brother. Hey, man, this is crazy.
Yeah, that brother's starving.
All right, anyway. This is a disaster. She's a what? Oh, she likes white men? I don't care. I don't care about sisters that like white men. All right, y'all can have them. H Everyday says you brought up a great point about benefits. For me, if a girl starts talking that BS about you, don't do things for me anymore. She doesn't cook, clean, or give appreciation. She portions out the punani. You grab your phone, call up a JUCO, and explain that your replacement is at the door for what you can do for me. Now, prove to me you have more value for me than what she provides for $150 and $200. Sorry, coach, for the garble. You're in the car. Yes, indeed. Shout out to you. And I think we got one more. Okay, we got one more, and then I got to go. Because I got to go pick up Nova. And he says 304s don't really die. They just die down a bit. Yeah, there you go right there. And shout out to the ladies here. I'm not a anti-304 women. I think 304 belong in the ecosystem of women. And the problem is, I think for men, the men think that there's good women out here because we equate good women with lack of promiscuity, right? So if a woman is promiscuous, she's a bad woman. But if she is promiscuous, she's good for us to use, but then she's not good for anything else. Here's the problem with that assessment, which I understand the assessment. I'm not against the assessment. I understand it. Here's the problem with that. This then makes women have to hide their past, which makes you simpletons, not simps, men are simpletons, vulnerable to be manipulated by the way she dresses, the way she talks, by her coming from a two-parent household, for her, going to college. You then equate these simple things with good woman. Well, she must have not been out here being a skeezer. Which then she hides her past And then she comes out here and then she says, well, I'm a born again Christian. She hides that past behavior. This is the difficulty with men dating women past a certain age, because you then miss that past. You are not there. She gets to hide that from you. And when you learn of a key detail here and there, your ego can't take it. Have you ever been here, gentlemen? You've been with a woman for a long time, then you hear something, or she might let something slip, and you're like, you were out here like that? She was out here like that. 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, or 19. She was, almost all women are out here like that at that age. They're all going to experience this. But your dumb ass comes in at 35. Oh, she been a good woman. She been dedicated and loyal. She's never cheated on a man. Like, you believe this shit. And then you hear one or two things and you're appalled. Well, here's the real problem with this. That's just one or two things. Imagine what she didn't tell you. Imagine what you don't know. You crash out on the little bit of information you have about her. This then makes her realize she can't tell you everything. Then you never know. This is why I think men end up losing. All right. This is why you end up losing, because then you hear one bit of information and you crash the fuck out. Right. And that ain't even the worst of what she did. It's never been the worst of what she's done. And then you go on and judge her and shame her and you do all of this stuff. And what do? They end up saying, well, shit, I can't tell them the rest. Because if I tell them the rest, this ninja will stone me. Right? If I tell them what I did in my college dorm, what I did on that vacation, what I did in Jamaica, what I did while I was in college, what I did with that Lily Liquor on the women's basketball team, when I went through my whole phase, when I broke up, when I was broke, when I was paid, when I was a stripper to pay my way through college, when I had that old sugar daddy, she can't tell you about any of that shit. Because you would crash the fuck out. You would go crazy. So my point is this, with this dynamic of what a 304 is. Well, you would say a 304, based on what most men believe, all women are 304s. Based on what most men believe, like, let me just say this. What's a high body count for a woman that is 20 years old? Type this in. She's 20 years old. What do you consider a high body count? Like, you're in her age range, not that you're 40 and she's 20. You're in her same age range, or you're like 22, 23, 24. What do you consider a high body count? I've heard these numbers before and I've been flabbergasted. I was like, what? Like, wow, that's high. And I got criticized for this. Oh, you're promoting horror culture. How do you blame me for promoting horror culture for 20-year-olds? See, look at the numbers. 1, 2, 5, 4. All right. These numbers are low, man. I mean, look, I see 20s. I see 10. We got more than 2. Again, that proves my point. It proves my point. This is why I say, based on what most men think, then I would say all women are 304s. So ladies, if you're wondering why women keep being called 304s and you're going, we're not 304s, take a look at the numbers these men are putting up for 20-year-olds as a body count. These men think that almost all of y'all 304s at this point. Y'all ain't gonna make it. They ain't gonna make it. Most of these guys are looking at women as like, I want a woman that has a low body count by 20, lower than 4. Okay. Okay, yeah, that's why most men look at anything that guys, I saw 2 women that I know are working girls. Like, they've done OnlyFans, sugar babies, dated old guy. Dude, they both were looking at each other like, I'm not a hoe. Like, somebody called them a hoe and they was like, me? And they was looking at each other. And I looked at both of them and I know they was both hoes. All right. They would be considered by far the worst of the hoers. And they were looking at each other like, who, me? Me, I'm a hoe. They was flabbergasted at somebody calling them a hoe. And I was like, Okay, if they don't think they're 304s, then I don't pit it past any woman at this point. Like this, they all at this point would be considered. If those two women are flabbergasted that somebody called them a hoe, I was like, we are done. There's no even need to bring it up. So that's why I say they belong to the ecosystem. They belong to the ecosystem. Like there's an ecosystem that depends on our survival of them doing this at this point. So anyway, I think I got everybody covered, but do me a favor, hit the like button on the way out. I gave y'all extra show. We had 4 hours and 19 minutes. Age of Machine says, perfect example of what CGA says about how women treat men with the advantage. American POWs in Vietnam were captured by 2 female guerrilla fighters and used as a sex slave for years. Another fun fact, there were 4 female Viet Cong generals in that era. Right there, an American POW in Vietnam was captured by 2 female guerrilla fighters and used as a sex slave for years. There you go right there. I mean, and he didn't complain one bit. I'm pretty sure he didn't complain one bit. He basically was like, I'll do it. Okay, right? He was like, this is the perfect job. And in a sense, if men got exactly what they wanted without any effort, they would do it. And you can look at places like, I would say, the Dominican Republic. Look at where a culture of men get sex easily from their women or cheaply, right? They can buy sex for $28 or $15. Look at the culture of men. Do they work hard? Are they innovative? Do they build great structures around and great things? No. They basically just mail in life, sitting around doing nothing, smoking joints and jobless, right? And you're like, no, it's because of their economy. No, it's because they get sex easily. If men could get sex easily, men would do absolutely nothing. Zero. They wouldn't get up and go to work and put in a hard day's work. They wouldn't build a career. They wouldn't build a motherfucking building. They wouldn't build a strong structure that could survive an earthquake. Nothing. They wouldn't increase their ingenuity. They wouldn't come up with new concepts. Not a damn thing. Look at the black community. Look at the black community. Niggas run around, get sex easily. They almost always the brokest, the poorest. In the area where the men say, well, the hotties give these guys the pussy the easiest, those communities are often the poorest. They lack motivation. The men in that community lack motivation to do anything. All right, so that's basically what happens. When you find a community that makes sex harder and makes getting attractive women harder, you will find that the men work their fingers to the bone to make that happen. Right? All right, they work their fingers to the bone. All right, we need to build strong buildings in the community. We need to do what? Oh, they done went on the pussy strike. All right, all the ladies went on the pussy strike. All right, they waiting for marriage. All right, so what we're going to have to do is we're going to have to build good communities and parks and playgrounds and strong buildings and structures, and we're going to have to motherfucking pave the roads, and these women going to have to take their buggy and go from here to there without going through sand, rocks, and motherfucking dirt. All right, you start having roads. All right, everybody starts paying the shit. Manicure their lawns, cut this and have that. We need to have a house and structure and fences. Soon as the pussy becomes easy in any community, look at the fucking men. They just sitting around. All right, we ain't got to do nothing. All right, just waiting for the next ass to come across. All right, anyway. Yep, that's it, dude. That's a fact. All right, it is a fact. You make pussy easy, the men aren't gonna do anything. You make pussy hard, men start doing shit. They start coming up with rockets and all kind of shit. Let me build this fucking rocket. So maybe there's some bitches up there. All right. Anyway, 100%. Yo, shout out to the Coach Gang. Thank you for enjoying the show. Hit the like button on the way out. Peace.
better boss up, nigga.